All right, good morning, everybody. What's going on? Well, everybody knows the news by now. Jake Paul versus Gervonta Tank Davis are going to be fighting November 14th on Netflix, and there's just so many different reactions to this fight. If you even want to call it a fight, it's being labeled as an exhibition, and it's stirred up a lot of controversy, a lot of different reactions from a lot of different people, right? And as I've said before, and I'll say it again, there's no barrier to entry. And the market determines what people like and what they don't like. So the funny thing about boxing and other things in life is sometimes people watch something, right? Not because they actually admire it. But there's a curiosity factor in a lot of things, and this event has that train wreck type aspect to it. And what I mean here is obviously people will stop and watch a train wreck. They'll stop and watch a fight in the street, and at the same time they'll watch that for the shock value of it. They'll watch that out of curiosity, right? They'll stop and watch a car crash. But that doesn't mean that they advocate for it or they support that or they're a proponent of what they're watching. So again, this will get eyeballs on it, right? But will people be watching because they actually like it? Will they watch it because they condone it? Will they watch it because it's something that they agree with, co-sign it, whatever the case may be? People are going to watch this fight, but not for the reasons that you would think a fight should be watched for, in my opinion, of course. So this may get eyeballs, it may not. I know people are talking about, oh, this will probably get more viewers than Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez will. That remains to be seen, in my opinion. I question that. I could be wrong, but I question that. I'm not so sure that will be the case here, but we'll see. But just like in anything in life, right? Because I'm going to kind of go down a lot of different avenues here, but I'll pull it all back in to the center, right? All these things will connect at the end, right? So we hear so much being said now about the fighters and how they should be the ones that have more power in the sport. They should be the ones who in the past were treated unfairly. And now boxing, because of the Muhammad Ali Act that was passed in the year 2000, that was supposed to be the saving grace for fighters, right? And now that there's a possible amendment being put forth where they're going to allow unified boxing organizations, right, to be in boxing, meaning you can have an organization that operates separately from the sanctioning bodies, an organization that could have their own title belt, right? And could have its own ranking systems, right? And, people criticize the UFC, but the UFC does have uh, a board of media members who actually do their rankings. So the UFC does not do their own rankings. They have a board of media members who do their own rankings, right? Which I think is a better system than having, this ridiculous sanctioning body system that we have in place, because we find ourselves asking, how do these guys, certain guys, with all due respect, get ranked number one? So as a result, I think what the UFC does, having the media members, a board of media members, do the rankings. I think that's a much better system than what boxing has. But again, that's going to be subjective. So, getting back to the Muhammad Ali Act, right? A lot of people looked at that and still look at that today as the saving grace for boxers, right? And it's ironic because the only time you really hear promoters talking about it, they'll say that they're concerned about the fighters. But what it really all comes down to is the only time promoters really cite the Muhammad Ali Act is when another promoter comes in and they feel threatened by that promoter. So it's not that they care about the actual fighters, right? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm not going to get inside people's heads, but I'm just going to look at circumstantial evidence here, and I'm going to formulate my own opinion based off of that. So back in 2015, when you had Top Rank and Golden Boy sue Al Heyman and Heyman LLC, right? Because they said, they claimed, they alleged that he was violating the Muhammad Ali Act. And if you really want to look technically, he was, in my opinion. But at the time, I really didn't care because I gave the PBC the benefit of the doubt. I felt as though, yeah, having boxing on a lot of these networks that it used to be on, and over the years no longer was being broadcast on, like ABC, NBC, CBS. I felt that having boxing on all these different platforms, and not having a lot of pay-per-view fights, because early on the PBC did not have a lot of pay-per-view fights. They were showing a lot of free fights, right? I was on board with that. I was optimistic about that. But obviously, we've seen what the PBC has turned into, right? And it's the direct opposite now. 80% of PBC shows are now on pay per view. And these are fights that you would not normally think should be on pay per view and were on pay per view in the past, right? But PBC went from one extreme to the other, just like in a lot of situations when you have a problem and the issue is one side to the extreme on one side, and in an attempt to bring it to the middle, right, to bring fairness to a situation, a lot of times when we're trying to correct a problem, we have an overcorrection. So you go from one side of the spectrum to the other side of the spectrum. So what am I getting at here? Well, let me tell you what I'm trying to say, because I've kind of filibustered a little bit here, but let me sum it up in a nutshell. The big issue was fighters being treated fairly, and fighters should have more control over their careers, and fighters should have more leverage. Well, I'm here to tell you, be careful what you wish for, because now we have that. And as a result of that, giving the fighters the leverage, or in this case, I would argue giving them too much leverage. And when I say fighters, I'm only talking about the 1%, because I've said this before. I'll say it again. Who is the Muhammad Ali Act really protecting here? Right? Who is the Muhammad Ali Act really protecting here? There's 20,000 or more registered boxers in the sport of boxing. And you could argue close to half of them are in the United States. And who of those fighters really benefit from the Muhammad Ali Act, right? So again, back when Top Rank and Golden Boy sued the PBC, Heyman LLC, for violating the Muhammad Ali Act, their case was, and I think they made a great argument, that Al Heyman was acting as a promoter slash manager slash advisor all at the same time, which is a conflict of interest, because all those positions or titles have different roles. If you're a manager, you're advocating for the best interest of the fighter. If you're a promoter, you're doing what's best for your company and primarily trying to generate the most revenue for your company. And in doing that, you're looking more or less to put on the best fights possible because generally the best fights possible will give you the most return on whatever you're putting forth as a show, right? So the biggest fights you would think would produce the biggest and greatest returns. So you're as a promoter, you're looking to put on the best show possible to generate the most revenue for your company. Whereas a manager, your business is the fighter, right? Your doesn't matter how good the fight is perceived to be by the fans, the promoters, or even the broadcaster. What you're doing is you're trying to get that fighter the largest purse possible because in turn that makes your percentage of what he's paying you larger. So the promoter cares more about the company and the relationship that they have with the broadcast partner, whereas the manager slash advisor cares about the fighter or the fighters he has under his stable, right? Or the group of fighters he represents, however you want to frame it, right? That's that. So the interests are different across the board. So to have one person have all those titles is a conflict of interest because you have so many things working against the boxer, which I think in Al Heyman's case, right? I think in Al Heyman's case that the way he set it up is it's not really great for the fighter because you only see not even a handful of fighters who are actually getting fight dates, right? You saw all these fighters who fought under that PBC banner and they never got fight dates, right? They were greatly inactive, and a lot of times people were saying, "Oh, that's because the fighters don't want to fight." But then you have fighters come out and say, "Well, I want to fight, but I just don't have the dates. No, I'm not getting dates." So Al Heyman, who doesn't have that quote unquote promoter title, because when generally in today's current structure of promotional contracts, a lot of these fighters who the one percenters, they're getting long-term deals with guaranteed purses. So because a lot of these BBC fighters were on fight to fight, you have the outlier, with Canelo Alvarez. I think he was the only one outside of, well, Floyd Mayweather was his own promoter. He signed his deal with Showtime, you know, exclusively. So it really had, PBC was involved, but just basically on a managerial uh, position. And as time went on, Al Heyman had less and less of an involvement. I would suspect, I could be wrong, in Floyd Mayweather's career. Floyd Mayweather was basically running his own career. But if you looked at outside of Canelo, who PBC would occasionally sign to a 2-fight, 3-fight deal, the majority of the PBC fighters were all fight to fight, right? They didn't have long term deals. So as a result of that, you're not guaranteed a fight. So Al Heyman could just shelve you, which he did to a lot of fighters, which is why a lot of fighters had to leave. So Al Heyman was not technically the promoter because he didn't have a promoter's license, but in my opinion, his Heyman LLC company was acting as a promotional company. And you could argue, yeah, he hired promoters to do the promotion aspect, right? But again, technically, and I say technically, not legally, technically, because Al Heyman did not have the promoter's license. Um, I do think for a period of time, and I'm not even sure if he still has a managerial license, but he did have one in Las Vegas, and I think he had one in another state, maybe California. I can't remember, but I do know he at one time had a promotional license in Las Vegas. I'm not even sure if he still has that, but he wasn't even acting as a manager anymore. He was quote unquote calling himself an advisor. And the reason why I think he did that was because he didn't want to have to satisfy the the requirements of being a promoter, right? It gave him a workaround. It gave him an out. It protected him. And technically, I believe he was violating the Muhammad Ali Act in practice, you know, but because he did not hold a manager's license, there was a workaround for it. So again, that's why when I saw that, right, when I saw that, right then and there, a light bulb went off in my head, and I said, you know what? How powerful is this Muhammad Ali Act, right? And I've even heard people like Lou DiBella call it a toothless act. I heard him in interviews say, "Oh well, name me a time when the Muhammad Ali Act was ever enacted in a situation and it was used to win a case." Again, if there's cases out there, please tell me, because I can't find any case, any time when it was called upon or was enacted where it was used and it helped somebody, right? So again, you know, fighters have gotten more leverage as time has gone on, right? And as a result of that, this is what you have. You have two fighters, right, who are in their primes, right? Two fighters in their primes who have, much more relevant, intriguing fights that the fights would want to see, but they've chosen to go a different route because they were able to get a broadcaster who would put up the money and put on this exhibition, right? And it's not the fight the fans want, but that doesn't matter because, quote unquote, these fighters are all getting the bag. And that's all that matters. And that's fine. But you have people who advocate for things because we live in a world now where everyone wants to be a social justice warrior. Everyone's looking for moral relevancy in everything, right? Instead of just being a fan of the sport and wanting to watch the best fights possible, right? You have people who are concerned, or at least they pretend that they're concerned, or they say that they're concerned about things that aren't in their best interest. As a fan, giving the fighter too much leverage, because again, we were early on, we were all the way to one side, remember, and instead of going to the middle, to that middle ground, now we're all the way to the other side, and as a result of that, you've given a handful of fighters all the leverage. And now these fighters are telling you, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you like. You had Alicia Baumgartner on Twitter saying, okay, these guys don't care what you think. But meanwhile, you have Jake Paul suing people who criticize his fights, right? Meanwhile, you have Tank Davis and his fans and people like Leonard Ellerby standing up on podiums complaining that they're not getting the credit they deserve, right? Complaining that I'm not on a pound for pound list, complaining that they're being treated unfairly by the media and the fans. And then when the media asks questions, they're told that they're idiots, they don't know shit about boxing, right? So you can't have it both ways. Now, if you want to say the money is all that matters, then why complain about when people criticize the legitimacy of the fights, right? Or the significance of the fights. So this may get eyeballs because it may have that train wreck curiosity factor. And I use the word operatively may because I'm not even sure, right? I'm not even sure, but we'll see. But this is what you got. Be careful what you wish for. All of you soapbox people, your social justice warriors, soapbox warriors, standing on your soapboxes, want to becoming activists, right? always constantly looking for moral relevancy, even when that what you're advocating for goes against your own interests, right? So you're worried about guys who are making millions getting more millions because that's all this is about. You got a guy who can make 5 million or 10 million, and instead of settling for the 5 or 10 million, they're looking to make the 25, 30, 40, 50 million dollars, which is clearly in their right to do. But you have to say, and you have to ask yourself, how does this benefit me as a consumer? And it does not. So now, same people complaining about the Muhammad Ali Act and complaining about fighters getting treated fairly, criticizing the UFC, criticizing Dana White. Now, here's the thing, you got what you asked for, right? You can't have it both ways because the UFC as a business model, right? Because guys make 5 million instead of making 50 million, they're being said to have said to have been exploited. But in the same breath, you have people saying fighters are getting overpaid. You have people questioning and criticizing Turkey al Sheikh. But these same people were supportive of what Al Hammond was doing when he was overpaying fighters. So this is not about having a position or standing on a square, right? This is about tribalism. You have one group who just doesn't like another group. And it's okay when the group they like does something, but when the group they don't like does something, it becomes a problem. So you had no problem with quote unquote Al Heyman overpaying fighters. It was called, oh, this is a lost leader, right? It was celebrated, it was commended, it was complimented, right? But now that Turkey Al Sheikh is doing, now everyone's concerned about, oh well, these fights aren't turning a profit, right? As if now all of a sudden everyone's an accountant. When you go into a restaurant, right? When you go into a restaurant, do you care about if that restaurant turned a profit this month, this year? Or are you concerned about the food that you're going to be eating, the service that you're going to be getting? So again, I've said this before, and I've had people criticize me for saying this. Like, boxing has the worst fans in the world. Their logic just does not make sense. I don't get it. Right? I don't get it. Their logic just does not make sense. It's like the stupidest logic I've ever seen, where they put the interests of somebody else over their own. So they're willing to compromise their own financial situation. Like they're being fleeced, right? And you could argue, yeah, this fight's not on pay per view. That's fine. But what this does is it just gives the fighters more incentive, right, to fight fights that are insignificant. And you got a guy, and if you really cared about the fighters, what about Lamont Roach? Are you really going to tell me that in what world, right? Shout out to Matt Yano. He's a fight manager. He said this on Facebook. He says, in what world where if you were doing a job and your performance was not great or subpar, in what world do you get a promotion after doing that? Or do you get a better job at a different company after doing that? So Tank Davis had a very lackluster, subpar performance against Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach clearly earned a rematch in that fight, right? Clearly earned a rematch in that fight. But now he gets bypassed. Now the WBA is saying, "Oh, well, we have to make a decision what we're going to do with the title." Blah blah. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll give the WBA the benefit of the doubt. I'll give the WBA the benefit of the doubt. We'll see what happens here, right? But at the end of the day, all of you advocates for fairness, who do you want fairness for? The 1% or the other fighters out there? What about Lamont Roach? Why isn't anyone concerned about what's happening with Lamont Roach? Right? Why isn't anyone concerned about what happened? He's the guy who should get an immediate rematch. I believe he won the fight. Most 99% of the people out there believe he won the fight. He got screwed out of a clear knockdown, right? The fact that the WBA did, and again, this is the thing. You guys are so against having a unified boxing organization, but what is the alternative? These corrupt sanctioning bodies where you have fighters who hold the title for years before the mandatory has been ordered for them, where certain fighters from certain promotional companies consistently get high ranked, right? And you have Bob Arum in the late 90s who was paying the IBF to get his fighters ranked, paid the IBF to get George Foreman a ranking, right? He admitted to it. And this is the same guy who's telling you that TKO is a threat to boxers. No, these guys don't want competition because all these promoters want to be Dana White. All these promoters want to be the UFC, but they can't. So, what do people always do? They criticize someone or something that's doing better than them because they have something that they want. Because PBC was trying to do the same thing. They were being accused of trying to do the same thing that Dana White has done. I don't even think it's the same because Dana White, you know, he never criticizes anyone else. He tells them, if you can outperform me, then outperform me. Do what you can. You know, I believe in my product. But all these promoters, they don't care about the fighters, as I said, not to sound redundant. They just look at Dana White coming into the sport of boxing, and he's going to be promoting the largest event in the sport of boxing this year. You can argue the Jake Paul thing. I still question that. I still question that, and we'll see what happens. But I still question that, and I don't think any of these promoters care about the fighters. I think they're all hypocrites, right? I really don't think they care, and I think this is all about them protecting themselves and their own interests over the fighters, and a lot of it is just virtue signaling. Little Penny, welcome. It's been a while since we've been doing these. It's good to have you back. Have I gotten anything wrong here?
No, I think you're right, Beebs. I do think I've always thought promoters. Oh, maybe not in the 80s and 90s. But in the 2000s, and then on, I do think that the promoters just acted in the best interest of their own company. But then when boxing then changed, then they gave leverage to the fighters, and now the fighters don't care about the fans either. So I think the one solution is maybe Turki Al Sheikh. So he, because I do think he generally cares about boxing and he wants to grow the sport. He wants to invest in the sport. In fact, he's already invested a lot of money into boxing already. I do think if you give leverage to him, I do think that he will do his best to make sure that the fans get what they want. Now it's going to make a lot of people upset because they now have to fight the very best all the time, like in the 80s and 70s, and they probably don't want that because they want to prolong their career. Like I reckon, if for example, if Floyd fought the very best of the best and he didn't duck anyone, he probably would have retired in 2012 or something, 2011, because you take a lot of damage if you fight the best of the very best. But the fans win out there, so that's why I like. Look, I don't watch UFC, but I do like their business model because they care about the fans. If you watch back when Floyd and Manny Pacquiao fought individual pay-per-views, a lot of the celebrities were watching boxing. They used to be on the what's it called? They used to be on the ringside, right? And even though the promoters would pay for those seats, they would turn up. Now it's the other way around. Has everyone noticed that all of the celebrities are now on the UFC ringside? They're no longer on the boxing ringside. Have you guys noticed that?
Well, yes, but let me also say this: the best fighting the best still pays off because Tyson Fury fought the best of his era twice, and he's the highest paid boxer in the sport of boxing right now, or was in the year 2024 because the Forbes on the Forbes list for athletes because the Forbes list goes from June of the previous year to June of this year, right? That's what it goes. It goes from June to June, right? That's
But
how
because
they.
to be fair, the boxing people or even the fans, we really wanted to see Fury Wilder and Wilder sorry, Fury AJ, and especially AJ Wilder back in 2018, 2019,
Sure,
right?
sure,
And we haven't even seen that fight yet. So
sure.
that's something that Turkey El Sheikh wants to fix. Because dude, if you I do think that I don't think boxing will ever get back to this where it was in the 70s and the 60s and 50s
No,
because the world has evolved now. We even the sports that we love today like NFL and basketball, it's very soft now. And also, like for example, NFL now has a rule where any person who tackles the QB, you can't put your body onto him. You have to learn when you tackle him, you have to put yourself on the side. So
ridiculous.
it's very soft. We're going to a soft era now, and I don't think we'll ever go back to like where all of the warriors are like the warriors are all fighting against each other. So even if boxers do fight the very best, yes, it will get eyeballs. Uh, but I because it's a combat sport, I don't like even UFC. UFC will have a cap. It will never be like it will never be as popular as say wrestling, for example, where wrestling man they have like have you seen wrestling man? They have like stadium events. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
and everyone watches it, even though everyone knows that it's fake. Like I don't get it.
So shout out to Alexander Wilson, big supporter of the show. He says, "Don't forget, so-called media members said that they would big up PBC because they would push their platforms and get fighters to interview on their shows." Listen, the boxing media has become a joke, and it's become just like politics. No one really cares about PEDs. No one really cares about fighter pay. No one really cares about all these things. These things have become wedge issues in the sport of boxing because they only care about it when it's about fighters they like. If it's fighters they don't like, then all of a sudden now they become advocates for PEDs, against PEDs, excuse me. Now they become advocates for fighter pay, but they forget about what again. Lamont, no one is more deserving of a rematch and an opportunity to get that WBA title and fight for that WBA title again than Lamont Roach. So who's protecting him? So when you give a handful of fighters all of the too much leverage, right? When you don't have the sanctioning bodies working in the best interest for the sport and for the fans, and the sanctioning bodies are enablers of the 1%, right? Then how is this beneficial to the fans? So I remember that movie, I think it's called The Gridiron Game, when The Rock says to those football players, you tried it your way and it didn't work. So now you're doing it my way. So I just don't think boxing has the moral high ground here. They don't have the moral high ground here because you can't in one breath say, "Oh, the fighters are getting overpaid. The fighters aren't fighting the best." You can't say that, right?
You think that's true, Beeps?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but it's still not the same amount of it's still not the same amount of money he would be getting if he fought the fight, and and if he were able to win the title, he could make more money. So it's still not good enough, in my opinion. If it's true, I don't know if it's true. I'm not going to confirm or deny it. So again, like they've done it their way. The sanctioning bodies have not been a friend to the fans. The current promoters have not been a friend to the fans. So by having TKO Boxing come in, who are going to be an entity unto themselves, right? I just don't see how that hurts the sport. I don't see how giving fighters mandatory minimums, giving fighters mandatory insurance, giving fighters mandatory training facilities. Listen, if you don't like what's going on over there, stay in your lane. But the promoters are trying to gaslight, and a lot of the media members who are in bed with these promoters, as was mentioned in the chat, they've chosen a side. Once again, another wedge issue has been created, and stupid fans decide to partake in these wedge issues and take a side that go against their own best interest. Yeah, shout out to wheelchair champion John, and I want to give him a shout out too because he's been probably one of the longest supporters of the show. He watches every show, comments on every show. He's always in the chat, always comments on the videos, always likes the videos. I want to give him a shout out because he's a staunch supporter and a very, very good friend of the show. Thank you, John. You always come with relevant points, and I agree with you 110%.
Hey, Beeps. The Jake Paul Tank Davis, is that at heavyweight or is that a catchweight or
I
what
don't
is
even
it?
know what the weight class is going to be. I don't know what it's going to be. But once again, Alicia Bumgardner wants to come out and she wants to have this attitude. It's just very off-putting, where she has this sense of entitlement. Like, okay, well, we're the boxers. We should be able to sell you anything, and you're going to sit there and like it. And it's like, that is not the good business. That's not a very good business model, because at the end of the day, the best fighting the best is still a tried and true method that is successful. Because again, you could say what you want about Floyd Mayweather. He still did fight Manny Pacquiao. He still did fight Shane Mosley. He still did fight
5 years too late, both
Miguel
fights.
Cotto. He still did fight Oscar De La Hoya. He fought all these fighters, and Tank Davis has not fought.
But Beeps, all of those fights that you mentioned for Mayweather, they were 5 years too late. All of them,
That's
all
true.
of them.
That's true. A lot
Especially
of them
the
were.
De La
A lot of
Hoya
them
one.
were.
The De La Hoya one is at least 7 years too late. But you know what? Look, De La Hoya, dude, De La Hoya fought Pacquiao in Pacquiao's prime when De La Hoya was already washed up. Same thing with Mayweather. De La Hoya fought Mayweather when De La Hoya was already washed up, and Mayweather was in his prime. Like, that's a warrior, man. Like, people
Well,
don't give
I
Floyd.
I've always disagreed with you on this, because Mayweather was not in his prime when he fought Manny Pacquiao. He was older than Manny Pacquiao when he fought him. I
Yeah,
will
but
agree the fight happened too late. I will agree that it was aggravating for the fans having to wait 7 years or 5 years, whatever it was. But Floyd Mayweather is 3 years older than Manny Pacquiao. Now everyone has a different biological clock because of Mayweather's style, and
yes.
obviously he's a phenomenal fighter. I don't like Floyd Mayweather the person, but I've always given him his credit as a fighter. And again, you're not going to like everything someone does in their career, but he does have the names on the resume. Tank Davis does not.
I've always said that had they fought in 2010 or even 2011, I always gave Floyd Mayweather the edge because Floyd is super quick. But the fact is, he was the A side. He is the one that sends contracts to people, right? So it was his call whether that fight was to happen or not. The fact that he waited until 2015, it actually hurts his legacy and improved Pacquiao's legacy, because had he defeated Pacquiao in 2010, it would have stopped Pacquiao's momentum. If you look at Pacquiao's like ascent to like the goatness per se, that trend, or even if he fought him in 2019 after Floyd defeated Ricky Hatton, or after he defeated, I don't know, like De La Hoya,
Yeah,
for
but here's the
example.
thing with Floyd Mayweather: the fans will always like Manny Pacquiao, or this is my opinion. I could be wrong, but even in America, like Manny Pacquiao, who was the foreign fighter, he was the baby face of the fight. Like, and Floyd Mayweather was the heel. Like more people wanted Manny Pacquiao to win that fight than they did Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd Mayweather was the American.
Yeah,
And
but Beeps,
because let me
I
just finish
think
the point. Let me just finish the point. The reason being is because Floyd Mayweather did a heel turn in his career when he became Money Mayweather, and he openly told you, "I don't care what the fans think." So the genius of that was I hated it, and you can argue, well, Beeb, didn't you just say that's a horrible business model? You have one situation where you have an outlier where it did work because this guy kept winning and he was so good and he was still fighting, I believe, good fighters and big names. People came to see him lose. The reason why Tank and other fighters can't say that and get away with it because they're not fighting fighters who fans think can beat them. So people aren't buying Tank fans to see him lose because he's not putting fights out there against opponents who have a shot at beating him. So Floyd, even though he was a big favorite of a lot of guys, there was some fights where he was maybe a 3-1, 4-1, 2.5-1, whatever. So people look at that as maybe there's a glimmer of hope. I'm talking about people who wanted him to lose. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope that this guy could beat him, right? People thought that maybe Shane Mosley could beat him. He could hit him with a shot, knock him out. Cotto could give him a fight. Pacquiao, a lot of people. But with Tank Davis, he's a minus 1,000 against, like, there's no, so you can't, even if you don't like Tank Davis and you want to go watch the fight and root for him to lose, you don't think there's a chance he's going to lose. So that factor of, watching a guy just to see him lose isn't there with Tank Davis. It's not
Beeps.
there with Tank Davis. So that's why it doesn't work for fighters like Tank Davis to be the heel and fight against the fans and tell oh well, even Alicia Bumgarner, she's not fighting the Katie Taylors, right? She's not fighting the Amanda Serranos. So for her to sit there and say she doesn't care what the fans think, okay, like, it's easy to say that, but that factor of us looking at you as the heel and wanting to see you lose, you're fighting against fighters who you're a minus 1,000 against too. So that it's not applicable. Like you don't have the leverage of playing the heel and getting people to watch your fights to see you lose. Go ahead. I know I was long winded there. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I do think that after Floyd beat De La Hoya, because I thought that going into that fight, I thought it would be a 50-50 fight because Oscar is a lot bigger than Floyd, right? And it turned out that way. I reckon Floyd only beat De La Hoya in the 11th and 12th round. So to me, it was 7-5. But after that fight, I never had Floyd always fought someone that he could beat. I never thought in my mind, oh, yeah, man, this is a 50-50 fight. Even the Pacquiao fight in 2015. However, I do think in 2010 or 2011 it would have been like 60-40. But I do favor Floyd. However,
I
one
think
of the
Floyd would have
reasons
always won. I think Floyd would
one,
have always won.
one of the reasons why Floyd, because I bought his pay per views myself. I'm just speaking for me. I'm not speaking for anyone in America or whoever. The reason why I bought those Floyd Mayweather fights, like the Mosley fights and the VO fight, is because Floyd is a good seller. He's a very good car salesman. When they had those HBO 24/7 4 episodes, it made me fired up for the fight. Like, oh my god, I know he's gonna win 12 rounds to 0, but I still want to see it because Floyd is such an entertainer off the ring, right? And that's the reason why I bought his pay per view. Now, Manny Pacquiao, on the other hand, he's not an entertainer off the ring, right? He's majority of his 24/7, to be honest, they were boring, right? But the reason why I bought his fights is because he's exciting. He knocks people down. He goes for the KO. Same thing with Canelo. This is earlier in his career. I mean, Canelo will always go for the KO. Like with Amir Khan. All right, he's not a middleweight. And the one with I can't remember who he knocked out this guy. I can't remember his name anymore. His trainer was a woman from anyone in the chat. Like he knocked them out cold. I was thinking, oh man, that's this guy goes for the KO. But the other reason, Beebs, the other reason why I think that people turned their back on Floyd, not necessarily that he was money where Mayweather now, because he deserved all that money, right? It's the fact that kind of like with LeBron James, he after LeBron James won the 2015 NBA championship, he self-proclaimed himself as the best. Same thing with Floyd. He started saying TBE, and he wasn't even close to that. And now that you are saying, "Oh, I want to be TBE," and now you're cherry picking your fights, people aren't gonna like that. Same thing with LeBron James. When you say you're the very best, you're the best, you're better than Michael Jordan, and you form a super team all the time, and you're in a weak era as well. People aren't gonna like that. That's why lots of people have LeBron James and Floyd Mayweather probably have the most haters in the decade of the 2010s. Is because people nowadays, because of YouTube, a lot of people are intelligent now. They can see through the lens, and that's why I think a lot of people didn't like Floyd in the 2010s.
Well, I want to address, and actually, that was a very good point you made. I want to address this comment, right? Because Bumgardner lit up a firestorm on Twitter when she made those comments. Oh, Jake don't care. Jake and Tank don't care what y'all think. That was what she said. They're getting the bag. They could care less what you think. Whatever, right? And I'm gonna make a comparison here. Maybe people can disagree if this is a fair comparison or a relevant comparison. So Bumgardner went through her trials and tribulations, and in my opinion, she got off pretty light. I think she got off extremely light, right? Because she tested positive for two substances, and these are pretty heavyweight, high level substances, right? We're not going to relitigate that, whatever the case may be. The fight did not get overturned. It was not a no contest. She still kept her undisputed titles. Whatever the case, so for her to play the victim here, where so many other fighters have done less than her and have faced higher punishment, significantly higher punishment. For her to play the victim here is astounding, astounding in my like always. And this is someone who's always tweeting out. To me, this is like a person crying out for help. She's always tweeting out, "Oh, I've been through this, I've been through that, blah 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 blah." Listen, we all have our problems. I don't care about someone who's making a decent living, probably making at least six figures. You're whatever. You've earned your spot. I'm not taking that away from you, but you can't sit there and talk to people who are making 5, 10 times less than you and who have 10 times more problems than you. Don't play the victim to that type of audience because people aren't
Mhm.
going to accept it coming from you. That's number one. Number two, she hasn't looked good in her last three outings. So she just recently signed a promotional deal with MVP Promotions, Jake Paul's promotional company. So now all of a sudden she's got a battery in her back, right? And she thinks she's the shit now, which we'll see what happens. But it reminds me of Jessica McCaskill when she had that her deal with Eddie Hearn, and she beat Cecilia Brækhus. And her and her manager, I forget what her manager's name is. I'm not really a big. I think is something Reno. I think is. I forget what her manager's name is, but whatever the case may be, if someone can help me out, I greatly appreciate that. But I remember her after she beat Breakus and she became the I believe the undisputed welterweight champion, if I'm not mistaken, right? I believe that's when she started getting on her high horse and started talking shit. Oh, well, all these people are asking me for an interview now, and I don't have time for this one and that one. And before she became the champion, she was always doing interviews, always being gracious to people on YouTube. But then all of a sudden, she was kind of throwing shade, and she was like, better than everyone because now, I've elevated my profile. I'm in a different place. I got the deal with Eddie Hearn. I'm making good money now. I'm the undisputed champion. So now she started shitting on people that supported her on the way up, which is pretty much now what Bumgardner's doing by taking this position, saying, "Oh, who gives a fuck what the fans think? As long as we're making our money, that's all that matters to us." Forgetting about the fans are the ones that help put that money in your pocket to some degree. So now you saw McCaskill lose, right? Where is she gone now? Right? No one gives a fuck about you anymore now because you told us that we you shit on us, told us that we didn't matter, blah 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 blah. So now all Bumgardner has to do now is slip up once, right? And the whole boxing world is going to remember that tweet, right? Probably already been bookmarked and screenshotted. So now you slip up once, and that is going to be used as a never ending receipt against you, right? Because you're going to slip up again. I'm not rooting for it. Well, maybe even I am rooting for it. I'm a human being. I don't like what you did. So now I can't root for you anymore. Now a part of me is going to root against you. Doesn't
I
mean
do want.
doesn't
I
mean if
do
I
want.
watch your fights, I'm not going to treat you fairly when I score them. But now, honestly, I am rooting against you now. You know why? Because you told me to go. You gave me the big fuck you. You told me to go fuck yourself. You told me that what I think doesn't matter, right? You told me you don't care about presenting me with a good product anymore as long as you get paid. So I can serve you a shit sandwich and you're going to fucking like it, Joe Habib. Well, guess what? I'm here to give you the middle finger right fucking back. So I am going to openly root against you. And I don't care. That's the beauty of not needing this depending on my boxing channel for revenue. But so again, remember what you did. Remember what you said. Remember what you tweeted. Because when you slip up and something, Rick, thank you, Rick Ramos, because I'm not a big fan of that guy either. He's on there also tweeting all these guys tweeting us for interviews now that we're the champion, blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, you were giving those same people interviews before you were champion, before you were making the big money, before you had the big deal with Eddie Hearn. But now all of a sudden you're better than everyone else, and whatever. But getting back to my point, you are going to slip up, right? Again, you could slip up. It's quite possible you may lose. If you do get a fight with Katie Taylor, I think Katie Taylor would beat you. And no one's going to give you empathy. No one's going to be, okay, champ, good, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Everyone's going to be like, okay, fuck you now. Okay? Like we're not gonna come like support you or come to your rescue. Like all these simps, and I'm gonna say it, all these simps on Twitter when she tested positive, the same simps who were shitting all over Canelo and Conor Ben were coming to her aid, acting like she was gonna throw them a little something something on the side. Again, let's see how these simps react after you gave all of these simps the middle finger. Because go look at that tweet and go look at all the comments. She didn't get it. She didn't get favorable responses from a lot of the fans. So again, let's see what happens moving forward. If she slips up again, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you know what, Beebs. Speaking of simps, simping ain't easy. Only the real ones will know that. That comes from Boys to Men, by the way. Anyways, I do want to see. Speaking of Bumgarner, I do want to see that rematch with Michaela Mayer. Remember they had a fight? I think it was in Britain.
Oh,
I
she'll
can't
never give
remember.
her that rematch. And then I had that fight a draw. Some people had Bumgarner winning. Some people had what's her name again? Who was the
Who?
girl's name again?
Michaela Mayer.
Michaela Mayer. I can't believe I drew a blank there. I apologize, Michaela. So yeah, some people had Michaela Mayer winning. Some people had Bumgarner winning. Some people had it a draw. I had it a draw. I thought it was a razor close fight. She's acting like she blew Michaela Mayer out of the water.
Yeah,
She's acting like she dominated the fight.
yeah, I remember.
Michaela Mayer she's fighting, I believe, at welterweight now. She's a champion. She's doing well in her career. And here's the thing: she stayed active. She continued to fight tough fights.
Yeah.
Right? She was fighting tough fights, Michaela Mayer, right? She was fighting tough fights. Who was let's look at Alicia Bumgardner's last couple fights.
Hey, Beeps, you got another guest here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Beebs?
What's up?
Penny, how's it going, guys? Just
What you
here.
got? What you got, man?
Nothing, just saw you guys on. Been a while. Haven't been into boxing as much as I used to before, but I'm still a boxing fan, so my whole life. What's a topic conversation?
We're talking about this Jake Paul, Gervonta Davis fight, and basically the theme of this show is everyone's talking about fighters being paid a certain amount of money. Everyone's advocating for the fighter. Everyone's advocating about how fighters should have all this leverage, how fighters should be getting paid all this money. They deserve it, blah, 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 blah. Which again, I'm not, I mean, again, the deal you take is a deal you make. I'm a free market capitalist. If you can get your money, you get your money. But these people are advocating for fighters. And by these fighters having all this crazy amount of leverage, which they didn't have before, because you had the promoters having too much leverage back in the day. And in an attempt to bring it back to the middle, I think we've gone too far to the other side where we've given a handful of fighters way too much leverage. They have way too much leverage, and I think they've abused it. Hence, we have these type of fights. So that's basically to sum it up in a nutshell what I'm talking about, what Little Penny's been talking about. And it'd be interesting to hear your opinion on that.
About
About this
Tank
fight,
Davis.
about this
I think
fight, and about how fans are so tribal that they care more about fighters and promotional companies and broadcasters more than they do their own what benefits them more than their own needs, right? So in other words, you'll have people defending PBC because they're PBC stands, but in the same token, PBC doesn't care about them because 80% of PBC's events are on pay per view, $80. So to be a PBC fan, you it costs you an Amazon Prime membership
$1,000
plus a
at least.
thousand dollars.
That's been going on for a while, specifically with like the Netflix, Jake Paul and Tank Davis. That's a little
Sure.
bit different. It just seems a little bit different to me. About everything that you're saying, well, I'm not too sure about that stuff. I'm not too familiar like that in depth.
Okay.
But the whole thing that they can't hit each other hard, and you got one guy that's way bigger than the other, but not as good. It kind of reminds me of celebrity boxing between. I remember back in the day when Shaquille boxed Oscar De La Hoya and Sugar Shane Mosley.
I remember.
Yeah, that was crazy. So you would think, that a small guy like Tank, even though he hits hard, um, is probably not going to be able to knock out a big guy like Jake Paul.
Yeah, I don't
He's
think
just
he's
too
gonna knock him
big.
out either.
When
Yeah,
it
he's
comes to like the when weight classes matter, I get the gap in scale, but still, I mean, the guy's just way too big.
Well,
Yeah, and yeah, they're kind of playing the public like, okay, look at this guy, Tank Davis. He's popular, despite all the stuff that the controversies and legal stuff that he's gotten into trouble outside of the ring. Yeah, so they're trying to like use the name and they're trying to use Jake Paul's name to just sell bullshit to enrich their pockets. Yeah, I do agree with that, and that's really egregious. They're doing it like it's one of those things that I don't know who did it first, and it supposedly the people liked it. I don't think people liked it too much when this happened before. To compare another fight, which I can't think of one exactly like this one, but I don't think the people liked it. It was kind of cringe. Now this them doing it again and pretending that that's what the people want to see. Ah, it's just like it's like everybody. Okay, here you go. Prepare to get some bullshit, and you're gonna like it anyways. Whether you when you already know the outcome, and we're gonna pretend that there's a saying I can't recall it. You're gonna pretend you like it, and you're just gonna take it, and that's it.
But
well,
bro, I do think that Jake Paul has got a lot of followers, and I think they'll just watch whatever, what because he's been on YouTube for so long. I think they'll just watch whatever he does, and then that will just then have like tentacles because people a lot of Jake Paul's fans they're in social media, so they will just share like, hey, watch this, watch that. It's on Netflix as well. It's right. It's there. Like people who don't even watch boxing, they'll just turn it. They'll just watch it because it's there, like, and it's a live event. Like people like watching live events. Now they probably won't watch the whole fight. They'll turn it on maybe for maybe 20 minutes, and then they'll go somewhere else. I do think a lot of people will watch this fight though, more than what people think, because Tank, he also has a following.
Listen, if people watch it, they watch it. Like I said, you put there's no barrier to entry. I'm a free market capitalist. You put a product out there. If people take to that product, if people watch that product, that's on them. My question is this: will this get more eyeballs than Canelo Crawford? Because that's being put out there too. A lot of people, not just some, a lot of people are saying yes, it will. I question that, and I'll tell you why. Because you have TKO out there, which again is a much bigger company, right, than MVP Promotions. They don't not only have the benefit of Netflix and their own promotional company promoting this fight and advertising this fight. They have the benefit of the WWE. They have the benefit of UFC. So there's a lot more outlets where the opportunity for cross promotion for Canelo Crawford is big. And Canelo, you could argue, is a bigger star than both of these guys. And you can argue that maybe he's not a bigger star than Jake Paul in America, but I would argue maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But globally, right? Canelo's a bigger star than Jake Paul, I believe, globally. That's my opinion.
I don't
I
know
just
about that one.
I think, and you look at the UK, you look at Mexico, you look at even Saudi Arabia. I think Jake Paul globally.
But Jake Paul's got more casual fans though, a lot. Like, you know what I
Um,
mean? Like,
you again, all the you have an argument. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
even Beebs, even I watch some YouTube, I watch like Value Entertainment,
yeah. Well,
with PBD. There was
yeah.
this girl who mentioned Jake Paul, like, and it's like, wow, like she knows Jake Paul, like, and her friends also know who he is. So you know what I mean? Like, I
Jake
do
Paul
think
is popular. I'm not going to
he's
take that
super
away
popular.
from him.
He's got his brother as well.
Yeah.
But
So
I do
Canelo
think
Alvarez has. Let me double check here. Hold on for 1 second. I want to look at Canelo Alvarez's social media followers, and I want to kind of compare them to Jake Paul's. And I mean
He's popular.
that's not always the be all. So Canelo Alvarez has 19 million followers. Let's see how many Jake Paul has. All right, so he has 28 million followers on Instagram.
told you.
Okay.
Yeah, he's popular, but that kind of gives, even though he does box
Yeah.
some, it gives him the green light to make a mockery out of the sport in a lot
Sure.
of ways, because
Yeah.
he's bringing people into the sport that wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So what value and like to like the hardcore boxing fans does he bring aside from what he's doing in the sport, which is
Bro,
okay?
bro, brother,
So
I agree.
little penny, your argument could end up being correct here. So if you really
I,
look at it, you made a good point, and I may have to backtrack a little bit on this. I still think Canelo Crawford, because you can make that same argument that Jake Paul has a bigger following than a lot of boxers, but I think like if you look at globally, Usyk versus Fury, if you were to put that on Netflix, would that have done more than Jake Paul? Well, I don't know. You're starting to sway
okay,
me a little
Bibbs,
bit here because
Bibbs.
when you look at the casual fan, Jake Paul does have the potential to bring more casual fans than Canelo and Crawford do.
Yeah.
So
Also, Bibbs,
I'm going to stand on my original pointer. I do think Canelo Crawford because of the cross promotion on the various different platforms and sports, and because
yeah.
of TKO, I think that they're going to get more viewership, but that's just my opinion. I could very well end up being wrong there. Go ahead.
Bibbs. Also, Tank Davis has got a way more following than Bud Crawford. Remember,
That's true. That's true.
uh,
He's
Tank
bigger.
Davis, Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia did over 1 million pay-per-view buys. Uh, uh, Bud Crawford versus
Spence
Errol
only did
Spence.
700,000. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, so, and before that, Tank Davis was doing consistent 300, 350. pay-per-view buys, whereas Bud Crawford, he was struggling to even make 150 pay-per-view buys.
But
You know,
here's another point I'm going to bring up, because at some point a gimmick does wear off. Is that correct? At some point, a gimmick does wear off. Could there be, um, in exhibition fatigue here? Like we like people just saw Jake Paul
Yeah.
versus Mike Tyson, and that brought a lot of eyeballs, but a lot of people, because that was definitely it was a work. It wasn't a real fight. Like they weren't trying to hurt each other. And I'm going to put a caveat out there. That may happen again with Jake Paul versus Gervonta Davis. There's going to be a silent agreement here that we're just going to move around here. We're not looking to try to hurt each other.
of
Just like it.
course, probably,
So
yeah.
so people saw Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, and a lot, and what saved that event was Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, because a lot of people loved that fight, but a lot of people walked away saying that Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight was not a good fight.
Yeah,
They were
but Beeps,
disappointed. They were disappointed. So
people
now
under
they're going to look and say, "Well, we've already fool me once, shame on
but
me. Fool
Beeps,
me twice. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Are they going to buy this gimmick again, Little Penny?
no, but Beeps, it's on. Isn't it on Netflix for free?
It is. But
Yeah, that's what I'm
again,
saying.
are
Yeah,
people
yeah, it's
going to waste
different.
their time watching it
But it's
on a?
different if it's a pay-per-view when you pay a subscription and then you buy this event for like $80, $90, and it turns out to be crap. Yeah, you're gonna get a little bit salty. But if it's for free, right? If it's just on Netflix for free, I don't care. Like, hey, you getting your if I'm getting a live event for free, I don't care. I'll watch it. Also, most us three here in the screen, we know we're gonna have a gentleman agreement that they're gonna not gonna hurt each other, right? Because we know boxing, we've seen this before. But most people who will watch this fight, they don't know that, man.
Well,
They don't. They don't.
this fight's going to be on a Friday, November 14th. Now, will people set aside a Friday? Will they cancel their? Will Robbie and Mrs. Herrick cancel their trip to Applebee's and set this on their calendar?
Of
Will a lot of,
course, man. Most people are at the bar on Friday nights, man. Of course, they're gonna watch it.
and then, well, Penny, you're making a lot of good kind of arguments to a lot of my points. And if people do go to the bars and this is going to be on, then they're going to watch it. So I mean, this potentially could be, hate to say it, this potentially could be the biggest boxing event of the year.
But Bibbs, as a boxing fan, I am more interested on the Canelo Bud Crawford guy because that's a real fight. Actually, I want to ask our friend here, who do you think is going? Because I think you're Mexican. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah,
yeah,
Are you Mexican,
Oh,
Gonzalo?
yeah. I'm Mexican.
who do you think is
Yeah,
going to win that fight? Bud Crawford, Canelo.
It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight. I think Canelo might stop him around the 10th round, similar to how he did Kovalev.
Stop him?
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll probably go safe and I say, well, no, I would say Canelo knockout 10, because if it goes the distance, fuck around, they'll give it to Crawford
Brother,
for some reason.
Canelo hasn't KO'd anyone for a long time.
Well, yeah, but
Four
a lot of them
years.
were in there to survive. Like Jermel Charlo ran a little bit, he dropped them. Okay, let's say Canelo drops him once, he could win a decision, but it's going to be close on the scorecards.
Okay. I
Okay.
Yeah.
too think Canelo will win. I just think that Bud can't hurt him. Uh,
Yeah, that's the narrative out there. A lot of people are concerned whether or not Bud could hurt him. I think Bud is going to eke out a decision here. Uh,
ooh,
I think he's going to
well,
fight. I think he's going to fight in a similar fashion the way he fought against Victor Postal, where he fought on the outside a lot. He stuck and moved. I don't think you're going to see the Crawford that you saw, because we've seen Crawford win fights in a multitude of ways. Where Canelo's style is pretty much Canelo's style. It's a good style. It's been successful for him. Obviously, he's a great fighter, but he's never really in a fight switched up styles where we've seen Crawford go to a plan B in a fight. Now we've seen Canelo fight Golovkin in the rematch, the second fight, a totally different way that he fought in the first fight. But once Canelo starts a fight one way, he tends to finish it that same way. Where we'll see Crawford, switch to southpaw. Sometimes he'll go back to orthodox. We'll see him take the fight to the inside. Like we've seen him make adjustments more on the fly. Canelo just changes game plans from fight to fight, but he never. I can't point to a fight where I've seen Canelo kind of fall behind in a fight and then switch it up and pull it out late. So
Biggs, as long as Crawford has fought, and as many fighters as he has fought, he's never his opponents has never taken him to the deep end, right?
yeah,
Never.
and
I don't.
you could point to the
I don't
Kovalev
remember.
fight. You could point to the Kovalev fight where he was
No, no,
falling
no, no. So,
behind.
sorry, no, no. Bud Crawford. Sorry, what I meant to say is
Yeah.
Bud Crawford's opponents has never taken him on the deep end, and I don't know if he can swim because no one, even Errol Spence didn't take Bud Crawford to the deep end, right?
Well,
And it's not his fault, right? Because he was at top rank. They had a very limited people that he could fight there. However, Canelo, he has been on the deep end. Now, like for example,
what about Crawford versus Sean Porter? That was a
One
fight where I
quarter. That's
thought
what I was thinking, and
he
and that's a
pulled
good
that out.
comparison.
That fight was pretty much even,
Yeah,
and then he
he
pulled
took.
it out with those knockdowns and
yeah, but
ultimately the
yeah, but
stoppage.
Sean Porter didn't take him to the deep end, though. What I'm saying is
Well, he
Canelo has
stopped him
been there.
late in that fight, though. That was like a what was it,
Yeah,
10th round
yeah,
knockout?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's a good comparison. How Canelo might press him. It's not going to be with the
yeah.
volume shot Porter throws, but it's going to be he's going to press
Of
with
course.
size, grit, and
Yeah,
strength.
and straight.
Like
Yeah.
Canelo does. It's a pressure style.
Can Bud Crawford get out? Can he swim out of that? Can he?
Now Canelo did get that stoppage against Kovalev late in the fight, but it's not like he switched up styles there. It was more of Kovalev slowing down because he was tired, and Canelo caught up with him and landed the big shot. But he didn't do anything differently to create that opening. In other words, he didn't change up styles in that fight. So it was
The
more or
thing,
less that fight
Hey,
ended up
Beebs.
becoming. Go ahead.
Hey, Beebs. Hey, Bud Crawford can change, switch all he wants, right? Canelo will be up in his ass, and it's 168 pounds punching him to the head and to the body. It's no longer 147 or 154 even.
Yeah.
It's a fully fledged
yeah.
168 pounder with a chin as well. Canelo's probably got the best chin in boxing at the moment.
Got
So
a great chin. Yeah.
Canelo will land a punch like he did Jermel Charlo, a punch like he did Berlanga, and a punch like he did Mungia, where he's peering through the gloves, he's keeping his eyes open amid the infighting. He's inching himself forward, and he might not mind taking a punch on the gloves or catching the punches. He's got a good chin, while not doing two things at one time, trying to defend then counter. No, he'll take the punch, stay in place, and counter you when he's got you in the perfect position, regardless if he gets hit or not. He's gonna land that perfect punch at least once or twice in the fight. Fuck around
Yeah.
3 times,
Listen,
and this could be
this
knockout,
is
knockdown.
this is a
Canelo,
fight. This is
Canelo
a
knows
fight.
what's at stake here. He's
This is
not.
a
This isn't a fight where it's like a Berlanga fight where no one cares about.
yeah.
A lot of people are going to watch this fight, so he's going to come up ready. Like
Well,
sometimes.
here's the thing too. Here's the thing too. Originally, he wasn't really keen on this fight, but because of how the fans built this fight up so much, maybe his thought process on this fight has changed a little bit. And I've always said that he's kind of gotten bored later in his career. He's just going for the fights to make the money, whatever, which is fine. And he's kind of coasted in these fights where there's been no sense of urgency because he really
It's
didn't look at.
load management, Beeps. He's load managing.
Yeah, so he may say to himself, okay, if I hurt like he hurt Mungia, he hurt Berlanga, knocked both guys down, and he kind of coasted to victory. He may say to himself, well, this guy's not Berlanga, this guy's not Mungia. I can't coast against this guy because
Correct.
he could win rounds against me later in the fight. So I can't let this guy off the hook, right?
That's right.
So there may be that element to the fight. So it's a tough fight. I'm going with Crawford, but again, if someone's making an argument for Canelo, it's you still have a good argument.
And he
Yeah, there's
knows.
a lot to lose for Canelo. There's a lot to lose, but look, I was thinking about something just recently. Okay, they make too much out of the size disparity. It's not there. I mean, I get it. Canelo was a small guy that also moved up. Crawford's took taking a year off to put on that weight. Granted, it's not with 10-ounce gloves. How he's gonna be fighting compared to how he's been training. But look, who do you think is bigger, Cotto or Crawford? I
Cotto.
think Crawford.
I think
I think
Crawford's
Crawford.
bigger.
Crawford. So look, when Canelo was,
Cotto
uh,
started at 140.
yeah,
Bud
but
started at 135.
okay, Canelo went the distance with Crawford. I think correction. Canelo went the distance with Cotto. I think Crawford is bigger, and I get it. I get the whole thing that he moved up in weight gradually. But you see, compare the length in arms and the height. Crawford's slightly taller. He's got longer arms. He's put on the weight in this whole entire year methodically. If Canelo went the distance with Cotto and Cotto was boxing, changing the angles and moving around, if Crawford does the same, he could also go the distance. He's not a small dude.
Oh, brother, that was at 154 though. This is at 168. That's three weight
No, no,
classes.
no. But I was comparing. Yeah, that was a 154. But Crawford's took the whole year off to put on the tunnelage, the extra
That would
pounds.
cost you.
I know how he looked against Madronov. I know how Canelo looked against Cotto at 54. But Canelo moved up to 60 after he fought Cotto within like a year and a half. He was already probably there at 68. Crawford's taking a whole year off from the Madrimov fight. You're not going to tell me that in that year he's not back packing up the pounds like Canelo had done in the past, where he started doing the squats and doing the whatever exercises he needed to do to put the weight in the right places. Crawford's not going to look the same way that he did against Madronov. You're going to be surprised, especially he's got
Well, people forget how big
wrestling background.
Madrimov was. Madrimov fought at 165 pounds in the amateurs, so
Oh,
Madrimov himself
really?
is not a small guy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not a small guy at all either. He
I,
could
I
easily.
reckon. I reckon the weight, the extra weight that Bud will be carrying, I reckon that will be a detriment to him. Like because when you carry extra weight, you get
Of course.
slower and you lose more energy at the championship rounds. And you know he can replicate all this stuff at what do you call it? The when you're training. What's that one? Sorry, what's that when two guys are like training and fighting? What's that called?
Sparring.
Sorry.
Sparring. Yeah, you can replicate all that sparring. You can even fight a 175 pounder, but it's not the same as in the fights. It's a fight. It's different.
Well,
The first time that
yeah.
he'll fight at 168, Canelo's been at 168 for nearly what 4 years now. Like
Yeah, and look, and that's the reason. That's the reason Canelo struggles at 68 because he doesn't throw combos anymore. He throws way less punches than he did at
right.
54 and 60. But he's been able to change the style when he's throwing the sledgehammers to where every punch counts to the arms. Because he got the chin. It's got to do with the chin too. That he's coming forward and bam, throwing with there, throwing. So he throws like that happened to Canelo. Obviously, it's going to happen to Crawford too. But Crawford's also bringing skills that he had, like Canelo had at the lower weights that do translate. But he's gonna have to adapt in some sort of a way
But
to
Gonzalo, if
yeah.
Beef is correct, and Bud does beat Canelo, I'll give him all the credit because Beef's, from
The,
my understanding, Canelo's the favorite, right?
Yeah,
Is
he's a
that
the
correct?
favorite.
only thing, the only thing that I'm concerned, the only thing that because look, I said Canelo also threw less punches when he went up, so it's not like he's not immune to whatever like it means to go up and lose something. Yeah, but he changed it up to where it works because he's strong and he's got a chin. The only thing I'm concerned about is Crawford's chin. To me, he looks a little slender. He's always looked a little slender from the neck. I'm not gonna say
You
Adam
know,
Schiff is
Gonzalo,
right.
I don't care about him throwing less punches at 168 because at that weight class, everyone throws less punches
Well,
anyway.
yeah, exactly. That's what I
You know what
was.
I
That
mean?
was what I was mentioning. He just got to
So,
throw the right shots and conserve energy and still be able to throw more than Canelo. I'm not saying throw
oh,
less,
yeah. But
throw
Gonzalo,
more.
I would have been more comfortable if Bud went up to 160 at least just to try it out and just to see because jumping from 154 all the way to 168, it's not something that people do normally. Like if that was so
No,
easy, why
of
didn't
course.
Canelo do that? When he went from 154 skip 160, just go to 168 and fight Andre Ward. No, he didn't do that. Like
Well, no,
like no, he was the only one that did
Crawford's
it.
doing it. Crawford's doing it.
147.
Crawford's doing it because he gets a challenge for undisputed, and he gets that big payday, right? So that's why he's doing it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something, but yeah,
He's older than Canelo too, right? Like a
Yeah, but
year
I
older.
got in this discussion with my brother the other day, and I was saying Canelo's got 67 fights. He's fought for 20 years. Crawford's a 17-year career, but he only has 41 fights. So Canelo has had 27 more fights than Crawford has. That means that's 27 more training camps,
That's
right?
right.
So again, that's wear and tear on the body. He's had surgery on his knee a couple times. He's had surgery on his wrist. So there's more wear and tear and more miles on Canelo than there is on Crawford. So that age could be a factor for Crawford. But again, uh, he's had less a less wear and tear on
yeah,
the body, in my opinion, because of the reduction in fights.
yeah.
But
It's
however,
kind of like it's a two-way street because, but what in certain situations, I guess it's circumstantial because people would say, okay, like if you don't fight often, like you're getting a lot of like ring rust and stuff like that. But then you could also say, oh, okay, well then he's preserving himself since he's
That's yeah,
38.
that's the
It,
counter
it,
argument to that too. Sure,
it
sure.
depends on the person, and for some reason, people think, and I don't disagree. It's just like a natural thought. When you see a person like Crawford, you don't assume that he's that old or that he's got the wear and tear. He just looks physically well
Yeah,
put. You know
he's
what I
not
mean?
he's not the traditional 37 or 38-year
no,
old.
because
He's
yeah, because he's
Yeah,
faultless and he hasn't taken a lot of punishment. However, I do think the reason why I know Canelo will get up for this fight, the reason for that is ironically is because he's in a lose-lose situation here. He wins, everyone's gonna say, "Dude, you fought a fucking welterweight." Right? He loses, it will. I don't think it'll take. I don't think his legacy will take a hit. It'll just be like embarrassing, like an embarrassment, something like people tease you at when you go to the barber shop. Oh, you lost to a welterweight. However, on the flip side, if Bud Crawford wins, right? He's in a win-win situation. He loses. Hey, dude, you lost a 168 pounder. You're a warrior. He wins, dude, his legacy, he will now be on that same bracket as Mayweather, maybe. You know what I mean?
Canelo hasn't given any indication that this would be his last fight.
a
Crawford
rematch. Okay,
Crawford
okay.
Crawford kind of has. Like a lot of people are
mm,
assuming and saying that if win, lose, or draw, Crawford's going to retire. But then again, Turkey Al Sheikh's putting messages out there, meaning saying that he has deals with both a deal with both guys, meaning that he has plans for both guys after this fight. So depending upon how this fight plays out, if it warrants a rematch, if it's close enough, or fans want to see a rematch, then that could always be a possibility. Or let's just talk hypotheticals here because I've heard some people say it's better for boxing if Canelo wins because he's the guy who's going to continue on fighting, and they're assuming that Crawford may walk away. But even if Crawford wins and he walks away, those titles become vacant. So Canelo just fights all those other guys that he was going to fight anyways, and he could fight them for vacant titles, right? So I still don't think if Canelo loses, depending upon how he does lose, that
Yeah.
it's going to be it's obviously
He,
going to be a blow, but it's not going to be as detrimental as people may think. There's still options there, depending upon
yeah.
how he loses this fight, if he were to lose at all.
It
he
could be a
beats you.
rematch, like Golovkin.
Yeah, you can get a rematch. Definitely get a rematch. I
He
mean,
beats
I
you.
I could see Crawford winning a decision in the 8-4 range. I could
In
see
Las
Crawford.
Vegas. In
I
Las
could see
Vegas.
Crawford. I could see a scenario where Crawford may have some success on the outside, and he could win clearly and decisively. But I could also see a situation where Canelo may edge it on the scorecards, If there is going to be a knockout, I think obviously you would have to favor Canelo more so by knockout because he's the bigger puncher, he's the bigger guy, and he's been shown to be an extremely durable guy against even bigger men than Crawford. So if there is going to be a knockout, I would have to say it's going to be on the side of Canelo. But even people are saying that they're picking. I'm surprised at the amount of people who are picking Crawford by knockout in this fight too. I
I,
find that I don't think
I
it's
reckon
impossible, but I think it's highly unlikely.
for the sport to grow, which is highly unlikely these days, it will probably be on the Crawford side because now everyone will start talking about this fight. They don't need a rematch. Like there's a lot of fights out there that we remember today that never had rematches. So, however, if Bud Crawford wins and he wins spectacularly, right? And there's say for example, it's a Pacquiao Marquez where there's like multiple knockouts, right? And I'm not saying Bud will knock him out. Let's just say he wins spectacularly in a like when Pacquiao fought Cotto. Like there was no there was a lot of knockdowns, right? And Cotto Manny Pacquiao a lot too, right? Say if it's one of those, I think that would be better for the sport because even if Bud retires, right, people will start talking about boxing. It's like, oh wow, like this guy Bud Crawford, or that fight, like it will encourage maybe other fighters to fight. Like maybe Shakur will fight. I don't know, like maybe what's his name, Teofimo Lopez, for example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're already talking about that fight.
Yeah, I like that fight.
I like that
Like
fight. I don't
I
hate that
actually
fight at all.
I actually want Tank Davis to fight Shakur. I want to see who's the best at that 135 because
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see it too. A lot of people would like to see it, but does Tank want to see it? I mean, that's the problem. It's everyone has a right to support whoever they want, but for me, it's hard to really get behind this guy and support this guy because he doesn't, as a fan, he doesn't give you much to look forward to.
yeah, look, Bibbs, it's exactly what Mayweather did, right? He took the money rather than legacy, right? So when you take the money when you're a professional, and then when you retire, right? You can't complain about your legacy, kind of like what Mayweather's doing now. You can't complain, dude, because you had the chance to fight all of these guys in their primes, like even like Paul Williams, for example, or even Margarito at 147. You didn't do it. You took the money and you gain from that. But when you retire, you cannot complain. You can't complain like when people say, hey, dude, you cherry picked your fights, because you did. Same thing here with Tank Davis. When he retires eventually, when people say, dude, you fought no one at 135, there were so many champions there, you ducked them all, right? Because remember, Ryan Garcia wasn't a champion at 135. All these other champs, they were there. He had the opportunity to fight him, and he was the A side, and he didn't do it. So when he retires, and when people say, hey, dude, you didn't fight anyone at 135, you can't complain.
It's funny when you hear Floyd Mayweather talk about fighters of the past, and he'll say something like, "Oh, Muhammad Ali lost to a guy with 13 fights. He's got 5 losses. Blah 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 blah." But here's the thing, man. Like you can never be Muhammad Ali in terms of popularity, in terms of notoriety. People will never talk about you like they talk about Muhammad Ali. You could walk on one side of the street and Muhammad Ali can walk on the other side of the street, and everyone would be running to Muhammad Ali, and you'd be standing on that side of the street by yourself. So that's just the reality of the situation, and you can
You're
never
already doing
ever,
that now, Beeps.
you can never even change. You can never change. Like even Mike Tyson, when he does exhibitions right now, his exhibitions attract way more people than yours do, right?
I'm gonna sign out, Beeps.
All
Later,
right, I'll
Penny.
catch up with you, man. Be good.
Okay, later, Penny. Later, Beeps.
Take
Talk to you
off,
guys
man.
later.
Be
All
good,
right.
man.
Take care.
Make good
Thank you.
life,
Yeah.
make
And
good life decisions. I
and
just
you can even say, oh well, Beeb, what about McGregor versus Mayweather? Look what that did. It was the second highest grossing fight of all. Yeah, but that wasn't labeled an exhibition. That was labeled a quote unquote real fight. It went on the record, right? Well, I guess Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, I guess, was ended up going on the record. Let me see, is that I think that's on the record too. Isn't that nuts? Let me double check that.
what do you mean?
I,
What do you mean on the record?
I think that went on their official records, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
right. Wasn't that an exhibition fight?
first it was an exhibition, but let me see if that
Hey,
actually went on
Beebs,
Jake
you
Paul's
know what you're
record.
saying about the
Yeah,
streets?
that's on that actually. Here's the ridiculousness of it all. That was an 8 round, 2 minute, a 2 minute 8 round fight, and that is on their box rec.
Oh,
Isn't
okay.
that crazy? That was an officially sanctioned fight.
Hey, Beebs, sorry, just going back to you that streets that you were talking about. He can't do that too. He can. It's also the same like with Pacquiao. You know, when Pacquiao trains at Hollywood, and it's not even his own country. Pacquiao's from Philippines. He trains in Los Angeles. People there gravitate to him. Like there are so many people there that are wanting autographs and wanting to run with him. Whereas when Floyd, like when he goes somewhere in America, people heckle him. No one wants his autograph. People
Do
are
you
actually
remember?
heckling
Do
him.
you remember? Right when they had that video when Floyd was standing next to Anthony Joshua, and it was, to be fair, it was in the UK. That's fine, but everyone walked up to Anthony Joshua and asked for his autograph, and they were just walking right past Floyd Mayweather, and you can see him getting visibly upset. Listen, I've always said this. Sometimes no one loves money more than me, right? I love money, but sometimes money does can't buy happiness. And I used to make fun of people who said that, but sometimes the money just mitigates the sadness. It becomes a coping mechanism for a lot of people. And if Mayweather and Tank were so happy, then why are they always complaining about what people say and think about them? And I said that to Alicia Bumgarner on Twitter. I said, yeah, you could sit there and say that you don't care what we think or they don't care what we think. Then why do you feel the need to even have to say that then? Because if they didn't care and you didn't care and what we said wasn't so important, then why not just ignore us? You don't, because these same people who say that our opinions are irrelevant are the same people that these fighters like Alicia Bumgardner are going back and forth with on Twitter. So if we're so insignificant and what we say is so inconsequential and meaningless, then why do you constantly respond to us? Why do you constantly try to say that what we're saying? Because if in truth, if what we say doesn't matter, then you would not respond to us.
Beebs,
You would,
LeBron James does the same thing.
yeah. It's
That's the
such
same thing.
it's such bullshit
Because he
when
wants to
people.
change the narrative, Beebs. Like you know
Thank
how
you,
like
thank you.
LeBron James, like people are saying, dude, I reckon once it's all said and done, because a lot of these things, what LeBron James is doing, he's just stat padding, as they say, you guys in
Listen,
America,
I
and
don't.
he's doing it in a weak era as well. So
I am not a big LeBron James fan for a multitude of reasons. For a multitude of reasons, I'll give him his credit. I don't I don't ignore numbers. He's got numbers. He's got champions. Whatever. He's a great player. Obviously, a Hall of Famer. He's definitely. You could argue. Some people think he's the best. Could argue he's at least in the top 3 or 4.
yeah, he is. He
Yeah,
is.
you can even say he's number 2. Again, these are all debatables, but he definitely deserves to be in the conversation. What really turns me, and again, this is outside of the sport itself and outside of his playing ability. I've literally seen this guy when little kids walk up to him, tell them, "Hey, get away from me." Like that's to me, that is like it's one thing if a man comes up to you, an adult comes up to you, and you say, "Hey, I'm busy right now. Get out of here," whatever. But when you got little kids coming up to you and you're pushing them away, and you just look at the disappointment and the sadness in their face after he does that, it makes me just not like this guy. I don't that really bothers me. I remember seeing Shaq. He was at this expo in Japan one day, and this little kid comes running up to him, and then like the security like stops a little, and Shaq is like, "No, no, get out of here." And he like you see Shaq and even Barkley like just. And again, I know they're entitled to their own time, and I know they can't they shouldn't have to deal with fans 24/7, and people should give them their space, leave them alone. But when you're in a social setting, when you're at an expo or something like that, and a little kid comes up to you, take a picture with them, like give them a hug, do don't and I just don't like. And I've heard stories. Even Michael Rappaport, who was a guy I don't really like. I don't like
Yeah,
him either.
I
I'm
don't
not a
like him either.
fan of him. But
Good
even
actor though.
but
Good
even
actor
he
though.
said, well, I'm going to tell you what he said. He said he saw LeBron James at I forget where it was, whether I think it was at a game. So I don't know where it was. And he walked his little son up. I think it was his son. He was young at the time. Brought him up to him and said, "Hey, can you get an autograph? Take a picture, maybe?" And he just basically blew him off. Said, "No, get out of here." You know what I mean? And same thing, Patrick Bet David, because you and I both watched the Patrick Bet David podcast. I think Patrick Bet David, if I'm not mistaken, he told the story one time where LeBron was at a restaurant and a little kid, he went up to him and he kind of like shucked him. So it's not a one time thing with him. It's not a one time thing with him. So
But
yeah,
B,
I'm
sir,
not. I don't like LeBron James. Full disclosure, I don't like him.
but B, sir, just going back to Floyd, right? And you were saying, oh, you'll never be like Muhammad Ali, blah blah blah.
Never, never. He'll
I
never be
do think
liked.
he had the opportunity. Now he not might be as popular as Ali because Ali had a cultural movement behind him as well. But Floyd had HBO, right? Floyd actually had the opportunity to be the best pound for pound fighter to have ever lived, ever, even better than Sugar Ray
That's a
Robinson.
strong statement, little Penny. But
No, he had the opportunity to. I'm not saying he is. He had the opportunity to because he had HBO and HBO 24/7 to market himself. Also, he had the opponents. He had the opponents to become because you're only as good as your opponents, right? So, and he had the opponents lined up. All he had to do is fight them. Now, us boxing fans, we're not asking you to be undefeated if you fought all of those guys back to back to back to back to back, right? You're gonna lose one or two here and there, right? Like because Ali lost here and there. Sugar Ray Robinson lost here and there because they fought the best of the best back to back to back to back.
well,
You know what I
let's
mean? Like he
let's
didn't do
look
that. He cherry picked.
let's look back at the eras, right? And let's look back at the fighters who kind of led the way and who were transformative in transitioning the sport from one superstar to the next, right? Because Floyd Mayweather, I believe, well, Canelo Alvarez is probably obviously the superstar right now. So the
Yeah.
torch was passed from Floyd Mayweather to Canelo Alvarez,
Yes,
right?
I agree.
So let's look and let's kind of see the state of boxing, right? We'll go back we'll go back to we'll start it with Muhammad Ali, right? Muhammad Ali passed the torch to Sugar Ray Leonard, right?
Yes,
Sugar Ray Leonard kind of passed the torch
Mike
to Oscar De La
Tyson.
Hoya. Or
Mike,
no, I
Mike.
apologize. You're correct. To Mike Tyson. You're right. So Sugar Ray Leonard passed the torch to Mike Tyson, who was the late 80s, early 90s. Then Mike Tyson passed the torch to Oscar De La Hoya, right?
Hmm?
And then Oscar De La Hoya passed the torch to Floyd Mayweather.
Yep.
So through that progression and succession, we've seen the sport be healthy. At what point in time did the sport start to make that turn?
In 2015.
After the Floyd Mayweather era. Because
Yep.
what did he leave in the wake of his era
Yeah.
and his departure? That's where the because De La
Yeah.
Hoya, all those other fighters had losses, right?
Yes.
No
Yes.
one cared. But
Yes.
Floyd Mayweather was the one who told you the O means everything. I'm my own boss. I don't care what you think.
Hmm.
It's all about making the most money possible, which is obviously a factor. We're not going to discount that. But what Floyd Mayweather, because all those fighters were trendsetters. They left. They had an impact on the sport, and when they left, that impact carried on while they were gone. So now Floyd Mayweather's impact, I will have to say, was very negative because then
It was.
the O matters. That
Yeah.
was when the fighter, I'm my own boss. No one tells me what to do. I'll fight whoever I want. I'm only going to fight on this network, not on that. Because back in the day, fighters didn't care what network they fought on. Obviously, there were certain network deals, and whatever the case may be. But fighters would move around, fighters would sign shorter contracts, whatever. So, but now in the wake of Floyd Mayweather, that's when the best fighting the best never mattered. Now it was about the business before the actual, the matchup. Now fighters like, and then the whole drug testing thing. Like Floyd Mayweather never really cared about drug testing. It was basically a construct and a tool he created to not
Yeah,
have to fight Manny Pacquiao.
I
He only
agree.
cared about drug testing when
I
people asked him
agree.
to fight me. So now the drug testing thing became the wedge issue.
Yep.
The money became a wedge issue. The network. That's when people started looking at promoters and becoming fan of promoters and becoming
Catch
fans of
weights.
the broadcasters because Floyd Mayweather left that
Yeah.
behind. Oh well, I only
Legacy.
fight on Showtime. So all these Floyd Mayweather constructs that were created during his era is a product of what we have today, right?
Yeah.
It's a product of what we have today. So was Floyd Mayweather a net positive for himself, or was he a net positive for boxing? I don't think he was a net
For
positive for
himself,
boxing,
yes.
huh?
For himself,
Yeah,
yes. Like,
yeah,
because his kids now don't have to work.
of course. So what did Mayweather actually give back to the sport of boxing? What did he actually? What state did
Yeah.
Mayweather leave
Bad.
the boxing? What was the state of boxing that Mayweather left it in when he left? As
Yeah, it's
opposed to
bad.
because when those other fighters were around and they come around and they came and gone and they left, the sport was in a good place when they started and it was in a good place when they left.
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather took the sport of boxing, right? And you may say, well, why are you giving so much credit to one person? Because again, he had a major impact in the sport of boxing and in
Yeah.
fighters in general. And I think that was a negative impact he had.
Now,
So go ahead.
Bibbs, can we go back in history, right? Because if you look at the top 10 pay-per-view buys of all time, I'm just counting North America here. I'm not counting worldwide pay-per-views like what they do nowadays.
Well,
Just North
well,
America.
even worldwide too. But go ahead.
But if it's worldwide, then if you look at the top 10, right, just say on North America, Floyd's got probably like eight of them, right? So he was a blockbuster draw.
Yeah,
But just say, like, for example, now just keep that in mind. He's a blockbuster draw,
I
same
got
as
I got a counter. I got a counter coming up. But go ahead.
yeah,
Finish.
same as De La Hoya. He was a blockbuster draw. Mike Tyson, unlike Roy Jones, very talented but not a blockbuster draw, right? Because his pay-per-views were terrible, right? Because I know someone mentioned that here. Okay, let's just play revisionist history, right? Let's say, for example, in 2010, he fought Manny Pacquiao after Pacquiao fought Miguel Cotto, right? Say that he fought in May. They fought in May. Say Floyd won that fight, right? And because it was a highly anticipated fight, say it did really well on a box office on a pay per view. Say they did a rematch. Say for unbelievable reasons, say Pacquiao won that rematch, right? Now there's a trilogy. Mayweather destroys him in the trilogy because Mayweather is the best when it comes to adjusting, right? Then say for example he fought then I don't know like he fought like Paul Williams, right? Or maybe Margarito, because Margarito was the champ at that time because he beat Miguel Cotto, right? Okay, say he wins that because he was too fast. Next, say he fought Paul Williams, right? Say, for example, he loses because, Paul Williams had a long reach, right? All good, like, okay, and then say he fought at 154. Say he fought Miguel Cotto there. He beats him. But say he fought, let's say he fights Winky Wright, right? And say he loses. So he's now got two losses, right? Okay. Then he fights someone else at 154. I don't know, whoever is the champion at that time. Say Floyd goes up to 160, right? And has a dare to be great type fight with Sergio Martinez. And because Sergio Martinez is big and he can box himself, he loses, right? So now he's got three losses on his resume, right? He goes back down to 154 and fights, say, Canelo Alvarez at the full 154 limit, not 152, right? The full 154, so that Canelo has now got a lot of energy. Say they go out for, I don't know, say it was a close fight, and say it was a draw, for example, right? Okay, fair enough. Like, because Canelo's he's huge. Say Floyd goes back to 147 and fights, I don't know, like Timothy Bradley, for example. You know what I mean? And then fights, I don't know, another Keith Thurman, for example. Then in 2016, 2017, right? Say he wins that, and then he retires, right? But he's got 3 losses in his resume. If you add those fights plus what he did at 130, 135, and 140, he has a better resume than Sugar Ray Robinson. What do you think?
Make an argument, and I'll go one better. When you look at the great fighters in history, they all had rivalries, right? Like with Ray Leonard, he had a rivalry with Roberto Duran. They fought 3 times.
It hurts.
He fought Tommy Hearns 3 times. Hearns had a rivalry with Leonard. He had rivalries with other fighters as well, right? Well, primarily he had the rivalry with Leonard. But when you look at Floyd,
Yeah, it doesn't have one.
he doesn't have a rivalry. Like
Maidana?
you had a close fight with De La Hoya, and there was a rematch clause, and you purposely retired, right?
Yeah.
Because that rematch clause had an expiration date on it, and you wanted to kind of let that ride out. Why would you not do a rematch with De La Hoya? Because then you could have had like a rivalry where someone
Yeah.
could say, "Well, this was a memorable like." When you look at Castillo, Corrales, they had their series of fights. Pacquiao, Marquez. People will always remember those fights.
Morales, Barrera,
Now, people will look back and remember maybe the Mayweather. I don't know, there's really no memorable
Maidana.
fight.
Remember the
Yeah,
Maidana?
there's no real memorable fight where people look back
Yeah. No,
and say that was a classic rivalry. That was a classic
no.
series of fights, right? So Ali had Frazier, he had Norton. He had his rivalries too, right? Like I said, Pacquiao had his rivalries with Morales. He had his
Barrera,
rivalry with Barrera. He had his rivalry
Bradley.
with Bradley. He had his rivalry with Marquez. So Mayweather never had an opponent. Like it made no
Yeah.
sense for Mayweather to not rematch De La Hoya. It
Yeah, it
made
didn't.
no sense. Like, and then you ask yourself this: what if that was a really good fight between Pacquiao and Mayweather?
In
They
2010, it would have been better. It would have
No,
been
well,
better.
well, well. If they fought in 2010, you could have had a rivalry where you could have.
Yeah.
So yeah, they made a ton of money. So imagine if that fight in 2015 turned out to be a blockbuster. It was a close competitive fight, but it was a very entertaining fight, and people wanted to see a rematch. Imagine how much they could have made in the rematch,
Or
right?
the trilogy, even.
Or a trilogy even.
Beeps,
So
beeps.
as great as Mayweather was, and as much money as Mayweather made, which was an obscene amount of money that will never, in my opinion, ever be able to be replicated or met ever again. But as the market is today, with all of the illegal streaming and all of the mechanisms we have in place today, where everyone has IPTV now, everyone has an Android box or a Fire Stick. If Mayweather were fighting today, what would his pay-per-view numbers be as opposed to what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago? Would he
But
still
beeps.
be able to have that same success on pay-per-view given this same environment that we're in today with all like illegal stream? And I used to get in arguments with people about illegal streaming, and they tried to minimize and downplay it. But now you have the broadcasters and the promoters themselves complaining about it. And even Turkey Al Sheikh saying that we have an issue with the illegal streaming. It's never been as prevalent as it is now. And people that I know anecdotally that never streamed fights have now said, I'm done. I'm not buying these fights anymore. And now they have Fire Sticks. Now they have Android boxes. Now they have IPTV services. So would Mayweather have been able to achieve the amount of pay-per-views now, or even close to the amount of pay-per-views now than he did back in his era, based on
Yeah,
the
it's a
current
bit
environment?
hard. It's a bit hard because pay-per-views now is different now. But Biz, just going back,
Go ahead.
when you were saying before that, I don't think that they would have Pacquiao and Floyd would have made money the same amount of money in 2010. But just to give you a bit of context, uh, Pacquiao and Cotto. This fight with Floyd and Manny was talked about around
Let me jump
2010.
in real quick. Even if they didn't make the same amount of money in 2010, if it was a good fight and they were able to rematch or even have a trilogy, then they had the potential to
Now,
make more and more.
just to give you a bit of context, right? In 2010, go back the year before, right? Pacquiao fought Miguel Cotto. That Pacquiao Cotto did 1.3, 1.4 million in North America,
1.4, yeah, correct.
right? A couple of months before, Floyd fought Mosley. That did 1.2, 1.3 pay-per-view buys,
No, I think
right?
it did 1.5 if I'm not mistaken.
Or what? I don't know if it did 1.5, but
Let me look that up.
no, it was definitely not 1.5. No, it was 1.2, 1.3 million, I think. Maybe 1.4.
Let me see. Let me look it up real quick.
But and then let me finish here, Beebs.
It did 1.4 pay-per-view buys domestically, generated 78.3 million in television revenue.
Yeah.
Let's do
Okay.
Pacquiao Cotto pay-per-view buys.
Yeah, it did 1.3 million, I think.
Pacquiao Cotto pay-per-view buys. That did 1.25, and Mayweather Mosley did 1.4. So it's
Okay,
pretty,
all right, that's close. It's close enough. Okay, all right. So that's on the back of those two fights, right? Now they fought in 2015. The year before, so the year before they fought, Pacquiao fought Chris Algieri. I think that did 350 pay-per-view buys, and Floyd fought Robert Guerrero. I think from memory, Robert Guerrero, or maybe Maidana too. I can't remember, but it none of those fights reached over a million, not even close, right? And they ended up doing 4.5 million, I think, when they fought together in 2015. Now, if they fought in 2010 on the back of 1.250 and 1.3 million, dude, and back then,
Oh,
to
I
do,
see what you're saying. Pat,
dude, come on, man.
that's you're killing it today.
You know
You're
what I
killing
mean?
it
Like,
today.
I would
You're
have done at
killing it
least
today.
4 million. I do think now, okay, because there
You're
wasn't a
killing it
lot of,
today. You're making killer points today.
you
May
know,
have to put you on the payroll, man.
okay, now because there was no marination, right? They probably would have done 4 million, not 4.5, what they did in 2015. However, if that fight beats, as you were saying before, if it was more competitive, which it would have been, because Pacquiao was a whirlwind back then. Like he wouldn't care if he got hit so many times against Floyd. He would have still kept on going. The reason why Pacquiao stopped doing that because he got knocked out against Marquez in 2012,
And
right?
that's another. Speaking of stains that Mayweather left behind in his era, that was another stain he left behind. He was on the biggest stage he ever could be on, and it's not all his fault. I mean, Pacquiao did his best too, but it takes two to tango. But he laid a dud. He laid a dud in that fight. So
And also, I really think that when Floyd reminds me of what this guy who fought in the 1920s. I'm gonna go back. His name was who was that guy who fought? He was a counterpuncher. He fought Jack Dempsey twice, and he beat him twice too in the 1920s. What was his name?
Gene Tunney,
Gene Tunney. Yeah,
yeah,
Gene Tunney.
Gene
Right.
Tunney.
He reminds me of Gene Tunney because
Right?
now
Gene
now
Tunney,
now
that he used to. I obviously never watched him. I watched clips of him. Like there is some old time
there
footage
is.
on him, and it's hard to really see how a fighter was back. Even in the quality of that video. But you could look at him and kind of see that he had a style that stunk out the joint.
He
Just
did.
yeah,
Yes, this is
that
what I'm
is
going
true.
at.
Go
Now
ahead.
he beat Jack Dempsey, who was Jack Dempsey back in the 20s. If you guys don't know, he was even more popular than Babe Ruth. Right? Babe Ruth was a hitter for the Yankees in the 20s. Babe Ruth was only getting paid $20,000 per annum from the New York Yankees. Jack Dempsey was doing $1 million, right? He was more popular than Babe Ruth. Now, uh, who's that guy again? Beep, sorry, can you say his name again?
Gene Tunney.
Gene Tunney.
He was a
Gene Tunney
Marine.
beat
He
him.
was a Marine. He was a veteran. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's right.
gotta
That's
show
right.
this guy some respect. He was a
Yeah,
Marine. He fought for
that's
his
right.
country.
That's right. So he beat him twice, right? He beat him twice. He was actually way better than Jack Dempsey. But fast forward 100 years, who do we remember more, Jack
Jack
Dempsey
Dempsey.
or,
Yeah.
or Gene Tunney? And this is what will
Jack
happen to
Dempsey.
you, Floyd,
Jack Dempsey. Guess where he was from?
from Boston, right?
Boston. There you go.
Yeah. And fast forward 100 years from now, people will remember Manny Pacquiao more than Floyd Mayweather because Manny Pacquiao has got so many trilogies and rematches. He's got so many more exciting fights. He didn't duck anyone. He will be more remembered than Floyd Mayweather 100 years from now. The same thing as we remember Jack Dempsey and Gene Tunney. It will be exactly the same.
Listen, no one would. There's no what ifs with Manny Pacquiao. There was no stone left unturned with Manny Pacquiao in his career. Whether it's fair or not, you're not an outlier in your assessment of Floyd Mayweather's career. There's a lot more of you than there are of me when judging Floyd Mayweather's career. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but there's a lot more critics of Floyd Mayweather's career than there are of Manny Pacquiao's career.
And also, us boxing fans, like for me, like for example, there's this guy at work, right? He started watching fights, and he was saying, "Oh man, this Floyd Mayweather guy's got 50-0." But I told him, I peeled the banana. I said, "Dude, yeah, it looks like it's good, but you gotta see what's behind it." And us boxing fans, kind of like what in the 1920s, what happened then? A lot of the writers back then, they were telling, "Hey, yeah, Gene Tunney was better than um,
Jack
than Jack
Dempsey.
Dempsey, but Jack Dempsey was the draw. That's because he fought everyone. He didn't duck anyone. He wasn't a boring fighter, and that story uh, carried through till now. It's the same thing here. Manny Pacquiao's story and Floyd Mayweather's story, they will carry forward 100 years from now when both of us beefs were both dead. And also Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather will be dead at that time too. Kind of like Dempsey and Gene Tunney. Manny Pacquiao's legacy will be better than Floyd's. Also, Manny Pacquiao achieved more than Floyd. People don't remember that. People don't realize that. He's an 8-time division world champion, 5 lineal. Floyd was only maybe 4 or 5 division,
Five.
two
Five.
or three lineal.
Yeah, but they counted the IBO title with Manny Pacquiao, and they counted the ring title in terms of being official titles. In my opinion, and again, I'm not going to argue it, but he really was a 6 division world champion because I don't count the IBO and I don't count the ring, and that doesn't mean I'm discrediting either title, but they're not recognized by the other sanctioning bodies. So that I don't really say the whole eight division world champion. I don't know. I take umbrage with that. So are we going to count all of Vinny Pazienza's titles then, his secondary titles that weren't considered major titles? So
Well, for me, Beeps, the Ring magazine is actually the one that's most important. Like the Ring magazine is older than all of those belts anyway. Like
look at
if you
Gene
look at
Tunney's record when he retired. He was 65 1-1.
hey, Beeps, have a look at Gene Tunney's belt. What belt is he wearing? He's wearing the Ring magazine belt. Have a look at the picture that the belt is wearing around his waist.
All right,
It's the Ring
let me
magazine.
see if I can let me see if I can find that. Hold on.
The Ring magazine's been around since the 20s.
Oh yeah. Listen, again, I'm not discrediting the Ring magazine. I'm a huge fan of Ring magazine. I like Dougie Fisher. He's a good guy.
Yeah, didn't his father used to run the Ring magazine himself?
I
Doug
don't
Fisher's father.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see Jack any pictures with Jack Tunney with the Ring magazine. Oh, here it is. Here it is. You're
Maybe
right.
share it. Beeps.
Here it is. Let me see.
He was a good looking guy too, Gene Tunney.
All right, take it easy.
He was very smart, very smart.
Yeah, this is the Ring magazine. Look at this. They're selling this picture of him with the Ring magazine title wrapped around his waist
Hey,
for.
Beeps, you're not sharing, dude.
I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna share it. Hold on. I'm just saying. I'm just looking at it because I'm looking at they're selling this picture for $325. Hold on. Let me share it. All right. Screen share. Okay. All right. Let's look at this picture of Gene Tunney. Add to scene. Okay, let me see if I can. There it is.
For the context, this Gene Tunney guy, he made counter punching popular. Now, Jack Johnson invented counterpunching back in the 1910s, but Gene Tunney was the one that made it more popular. Like people started using counterpunching as a strategy rather than just going toe to toe all the time.
So here's the picture of him. Let me see if I can get the full picture. Hold on. One
This guy was
second.
a smart guy, Beeps. Gene Tunney, was he like a lawyer or something?
I'm not sure what he was actually. So I can find out. Okay, so I'm sharing. Let me share this. Share this tab instead. Let me see if I can fix this so I can show the. Okay, here it is. So let me.
Yeah, Ring Magazine.
There it is. The Ring magazine title, right wrapped around his waist.
Yep, that's the lineal title. The man who
Okay.
beat the man who beat the
So
man.
so so so. Guess who else wore the Ring title?
Marco Antonio Barrera.
Rocky
And
Balboa.
one-
Gotta start. You gotta. So the Ring title. I mean, it's not an official belt with sanctioning fees and. Oh,
that's
here's another thing. People, people are crying about the UBO, the Unified Boxing Organizations, the TKO, the new boxing organization that's going to be coming into boxing. But here's a difference between the UFC and the sanctioning bodies. The fighters don't have to pay sanctioning fees, right, for their title belts in the
that's
UFC.
good. That's what it should
So
be.
so that's another bonus, another
Hey,
thing people aren't factoring in.
hey, Beebs, look at this guy. Dr. Bresh Okan said Tunney
Yeah,
was 85 and 1, lost to Harry Greb, rematched him, and then beat Harry Greb. Dude, Harry Greb was pretty good. Like, I don't know much
Harry
about him.
Greb was thought to be a very good fighter. I'm not going to sit
Yeah,
here and pretend I saw his fights or I have read about him,
yeah.
and he was thought to have been a very very good
And
fighter.
Gene Tunney beat him. And he also beat Jack Dempsey. Like, dude, that's like but people don't remember him that much. Like for some reason, like no one talks about Gene Tunney. No one.
Yeah, Gene Tunney is very underrated.
Yeah, he should be
Let's
removed.
look at Harry Greb. Harry Greb was 198, 12 and 15. Wow.
See, Beeb, this
Wow.
is what I
He
mean by
had 50
warriors, man.
KOs.
Beebs, this is what I
Wow.
mean by warriors. These guys were warriors. That's why when people say, "Oh, put Wilder in the 1970s," dude, Wilder will get killed in the 1970s because those guys in the 70s they were warriors. They had records like 130 fights, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like kind of like the same thing with the basketball players of today. If you put them in the 90s, dude, those guys in the 90s, they were real men. Men that would like knock you out when you go to the hole. Like now when you go to the hole, no one's there because people are afraid to foul people. Like that's the difference between even with boxers. The boxers of today, they will not last against boxers in the 80s and
How
the
small the
90s.
fighters were back then. He was like 5'80" at a 71-inch reach.
Yeah, but yeah, babes, I've heard this argument before. If you put like Wilder back, if he was born in like 1910, he wouldn't look like that with all of the food that he would eat at that time. It's all relative, so everything counts.
Well,
Kind of like
it's just how you know history has the evolution of man throughout time periods where but people have gotten bigger as time has gone on.
but it doesn't
And
mean that they're
a lot
warriors.
of that has to do
Yeah,
with our medicine.
but,
A lot of that has to do with
yeah.
our with the food, like you said.
But it doesn't mean that they're better though. Doesn't mean that they're better, especially like warriors. I'll give you an example, Beebs.
Well, this
The
guy Harry Greb was a middleweight. He was a middleweight fighter that fought at heavyweight. This was when there was only 8 divisions too. There was no junior divisions back then when he fought.
Junior division. Look, Just Junior, dude. If Sugar Ray Robinson was born today, and he would ask, "Hey, man, Floyd is a junior, what do I call it, junior welterweight champion at 140." I mean, he would laugh at that shit. What junior? What are you talking about? Like, there's only lightweight, welterweight, and middleweight. There's nothing in between. Like, you know what I
Sure.
mean? It's like a lot of these old guys, like even I'll tell you a perfect example. Like when De La Hoya, right, was fighting in the 90s, and all of these like Roy Jones, Bernard Hopkins, right, the fighters of the 80s, right, they weren't criticizing these boxers and saying, oh, hey, you guys don't fight each other, you guys cherry pick. However, the fighters of the 80s and 90s they are criticizing the fighters of the 2010s and the 2020s because they're not fighting often enough. You guys don't fight each other at all, uh, like the best of the best. Like, you know what I mean? See the
He had
difference?
a Gene Tunney weighed 166 pounds. Excuse me, Harry Greb weighed 166 pounds, and Gene Tunney weighed 175. And that fight was ruled a draw. It was called a newspaper. Back then, they used to call these newspaper decisions, meaning that the newspaper, like they would go by what the newspaper reporters thought who won, and everyone thought that Harry Greb beat Gene Tunney in that fight. Wow, that's crazy.
But he rematched him though.
He rematched him and he lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tunney gave Greb a thorough beating in this fight. They said in the rematch, Greb weighed 167 pounds and Tunney weighed 181 pounds.
Man, that's
So
that's
that
a
was
lot.
that was back then that was considered a heavyweight fight because there was no cruiserweight division.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Anything
Yeah,
above 175 is a heavyweight. I
yeah.
think it didn't Rocky Marciano. I don't think he ever weighed over 200 pounds.
Let's look at
Like,
Rocky Marciano. Let's look at the weight. Let's look at how much he weighed for all his. Let's take a look at just make a comparison. Try to find out the heaviest he weighed for a fight. I don't believe he. I don't believe he ever weighed 200 pounds for a fight, but I could be mistaken. Let me just take a look. It's funny going back in history and looking at these fighters, man.
oh, dude, those guys, they were warriors, man. They're nothing like what fighters are today. The fighters are today are more like they're more professional. But those guys
Wow,
back
look at
then,
this. In his last fight, Rocky Marciano weighed 188 and a quarter pounds versus Archie Moore.
dude, Archie Mora was a great fighter too.
Weighed 189 pounds. Let me see. I'm trying to find out. Yeah.
Archie Mora is probably the greatest light heavyweight to have ever lived. Have a look at his Archie Mora has the most knockouts in boxing history. Like his
Yeah,
knockouts
he had a lot of knockouts.
130 or something.
I think the heaviest Rocky Marciano ever weighed was 190 pounds, maybe 189 and three quarters. Let me see. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to look at. Yeah, 189 and three quarters. I think was the highest this guy's ever weighed for a professional fight. That's crazy. He's never weighed even remotely close to 200 pounds. Oh, I stand corrected. He weighed 192 and a half. Okay, 190 and a quarter. Yeah, this is crazy. He actually got lighter as his career moved on. 190 and a half. So I think the most this guy's ever weighed was like 192 pounds. That's crazy. This guy's never even sniffed 200 pounds before in his career. Yeah. Let me see when he turned pro. Let me see how much he weighed for his first fight ever. Yeah, he actually turned pro at 192 pounds.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. It's training. It's the training.
It's funny how like he weighed 192 and then his second fight he weighed 185. It's amazing how this guy's weight fluctuated so much. Like think about it. So your weight fluctuates 7 pounds from fight to fight. That's like a weight division in today's boxing. It's crazy.
It's interesting, Bibbs. Back then when he fought, there were a lot of Italians that fought that were in boxing. Lots of them. Graziano, Rocky Marciano, the guy that fought Sugar Ray Robinson 6 times. I can't remember his name anymore. He had a movie actually with De Niro.
Jake LaMotta. Jake
Jake
LaMotta.
LaMotta. Yeah, there was so many Italian dissented boxers back then.
Carmen Basilio.
Yeah, Carmen Basilio, another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Primo Carnero. Now that was way back
Yeah.
before, but nowadays there's hardly any Italian like fighters. Except I can only name Paulie Malignaggi.
I mean, you had the great Vinny Pazienza.
Yeah, yeah, but that was he fought in the
I
eighties,
know.
right?
No, he fought in the
I mean,
'90s.
like now, like
Fought in the
Chris
'90s, early
Chris
2000s.
Algieri is also Italian, but he never mentioned that. Like when he fought Pacquiao, he never mentioned that he was Italian.
Let's let Hamid in here because Hamid, you're going back and forth with the world on Twitter. What's going on, man?
Oh, what's that based on? Oh,
You
are you
you
talking about anything specifically? Like what
everything
topic? I
like
don't know which
you're
way.
people are discrediting you left and right. And all you're doing is giving your opinion. I'm trying to go to bat for you here.
I didn't know what you were talking about. Oh, were you talking about what we were saying yesterday about what was that thing? Because you made a comment about something. Oh, was it about Turkey?
Yeah,
About
everyone like everyone's attacking Turkey Al Sheikh after the guy is giving us the best fights possible. And
yeah,
now
yeah,
everyone wants to like look at this guy as he's the bad guy. Like, what the fuck is going on?
yeah. I don't understand it. I was gonna ask you how long you're on because I was gonna I had to do something for about 5 minutes. I was gonna talk about the Crawford Canelo fight with you, but regarding Turkey, one thing I will say is people are being indecisive. First, they were saying like Tank and people like that, like Benavides, they're not bending the knee. But now all these guys are leaving the PBC or fighting on different platforms. Maybe not leaving the PBC because I don't know what's up with the deal or what they're gonna do once the Amazon Prime deal ends. But they're letting fighters fight on other networks, and there's nothing wrong with that. But these guys are now like they can't have it both ways. First they were attacking Turkey. Now they're trying to defend Tank for the reasons they were attacking people in the first place, who are criticizing Tank for not taking the deal. So is it about the money or is it not about the money?
Well,
Like I agree, I
let's
agree with you.
let's assess this and break it down. Because again, we you have the people who are always advocates of the best fighting the best. Now you're getting the best fighting the best. Now you're against the best fighting the best because you don't like the person who's been instrumental in delivering the best fight the best. So once again, is it ever about the issue or is it more about the person and the side you want to be on? Because again, these are wedge issues that people create because everyone is tribal and they want to have one side versus another side. So there are people out there that always have to be for something. They can't be for something without being against something else.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the problem. So let's take a look at this all right. So you got Turkey Al Sheikh, who they've been heavily critical of. But let's look at the PBC. Has the PBC had a problem with this Amazon Prime deal? Meaning, does Amazon Prime have a problem with the actual fights that PBC is presenting to them, and they're not willing to pay the rights fees for these specific matchups that may or may not have been presented to them, or has Amazon Prime given them a limited schedule? And
No, I think it's a different structured deal. Amazon Prime are not paying them to put on fights.
well,
If they
Stephen Espinosa
basically,
has said they have been given a budget, and it is a rights fee deal. That's what Stephen.
but it's not the same as what Showtime were doing or even Fox. In the end,
Well,
Fox
we don't
started
know
doing.
that though because it's never been explained to us in depth what it actually is.
Yeah,
So
but
we're
look at
just
the number of shows. Look at the number of shows
yeah,
they've been putting on.
but you could be right or you could be wrong. Like a lot of this is speculation because Stephen Espinosa has said, and even Amazon Prime has said, they've when they originally released made the press release that it is a rights fee deal. But what has not been specified is the amount of fights, right, and the dollar amount.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that, Espinoza doesn't even work for Amazon Prime. I know he's
He
close
works
with PBC.
supposedly he works for PBC, but we don't know that
Yeah,
either.
but the thing I'm basing it off, like last year they did one non pay per view show, I believe, and that was a
I think
no
they did two.
limit.
maybe
That was
two.
a no limit
Yeah,
production, wasn't it? With Tim Tszyu and Bakram
sure.
Morzawi. That was wasn't that like a late replacement? Because Tim Tszyu was meant to fight someone else. I can't remember who it was.
Thurman was Thurman.
No,
Yeah,
no, Thurman was before the Fandora fight, but then he was. I think he was meant to fight Virgil Ortiz, and I think he pulled out, and then they
Oh yeah,
rescheduled. I think that was the issue, but that was when he crossed the line with Turkey, and then Turkey said he's not dealing with. But that was the only show they did. Do I think some of the fights have been good? Yeah, I do think. Look, I paid for the David Benavidez fights. I thought the Morale fight was a good fight, a good
yeah, but
card as well.
none of them are really none of those pay per views, in my opinion, and most
But
people
that's the question. Were they really worth
they weren't
$80, or
they
were they?
weren't pay
Yeah,
per view quality fights.
were they? That's the question. Were they really pay per view fights or $80 events? Probably not. Maybe most of them were not. Outside maybe the Canelo fights, because Canelo I think did do good numbers with Jaime Munguia and Edgar Balanga.
I mean,
And
not really,
Canelo's
not really.
doing decent numbers, respectable
no, no,
numbers.
but I'm saying for the guys he's fighting, I think those are good numbers. Those are better than any of the other fights they put on. The question I would say then ask is, if that's the case, then why are all these fights going to pay per view? Because that's what Fox started doing towards the end, and
That's
I
because
do I think this deal is.
That's because Amazon doesn't want to pay for it.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I think. This deal is only maybe for 2 years. I think this may be the last year. I've heard it could be maybe an option for them if they want to extend it for a year. But like, I think PBC have not done a great job. I know the last year with Showtime was good.
That goes without saying. PBC's done a horrible job.
With Fox as well, what they like, that was not a good term. The way they left, they start putting everything on pay per view. Fox were not happy. I think at the moment maybe it's better if a lot of these fighters who can't get regular fights just leave or fight on other networks,
Well,
because
this is where TKO comes into play, because all these fighters who sit by the phone waiting for the call and aren't getting the dates and aren't getting the opportunities, this is where TKO can come in and scoop up all these guys.
yeah,
So and then you have idiot fans crying about that, pretending they care about the fighters, pretending they care about the Muhammad Ali Act, when all this is it's my side against your side. Call it for what the fuck it is. Just
yeah.
admit it.
Yeah,
Just
the
admit it.
problem is I gotta come back in about 3-4 minutes. I just gotta
Okay.
jump off. But I was
Well,
gonna say before I go,
go ahead.
the problem is if this was Al Heyman doing what Turkey's doing, I think these guys would
Oh,
be saying, yeah,
Al Heyman was doing something similar to what Turkey was doing, but not obviously not the level of the matchups. But
but they had different standards in it. They were defending
correct,
Heyman religiously. They're
correct.
not now they're criticizing whatever
You
Turkey does.
can't criticize Turkey Al Sheikh if you were the same person who supported
Yeah,
what Al Heyman
yeah,
was
yeah,
doing, and to this day are still supporting what Al Heyman is doing.
yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
So case in point, this is not about what's actually being done. This is my side versus your side. That's all the fuck it is. Because boxing fans are the worst fans in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll wait. If you go do what you got to do, Hamad, I'll wait for you to come back, and I'll give you the floor for the.
yeah. Go, you guys carry on. I'll be back in about
Yeah,
4 or 5 minutes. All right.
but make sure it's 4 or 5 minutes, because little Penny and I are only going to stay on for about
Yeah,
maybe
yeah, yeah. I
10
just
more
gotta
minutes.
pray. That's all.
Okay. All right, Paul. Yeah, go pray. Little Penny and I are very busy.
But
Go
because
ahead.
I think the reason why this stigma that boxing has the worst fans, I think it's not because of like the fans in itself. I think it's because of the sport. The fact that we never get the fights that we want to see at the time that we want to see, and the fact that there are people who, for example, when Floyd was ducking all of those fighters back in the 2010s, there were actually people who were like fans of his that was defending that, and it's like, dude, no, we want to see Floyd fight Pacquiao in 2010, or we want to see Floyd fight Shane Mosley, not in 2012. We want to fight him in 2006 when Shane Mosley was at his peak and you were at your peak. Uh, but I think if Turkey is able to turn it around, right? And I hate to say this because I do like Oscar De La Hoya. I, it's either Turkey has to buy them out, or these Top Rank and Golden Boy, they have to fail, um, because if they keep appearing, right, the boxing will always be fragmented. It's got to be like UFC, where everyone's into in the one umbrella. Now, okay, you might not get the purses you want now, because when you work for a company, you don't get to negotiate your salary that much. You basically just have to you basically just have to uh, hold on. Because you talk, because I've got to put the okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, you basically have to accept the company's salary. However, the fans win out there. The fans win out there. We win out, right? So for example, if there's a fight on pay per view, right, but there's a lot of free fights, we're gonna pay for that. Like kind of like with HBO. Like when HBO would put all of these boxing after dark and HBO World Championship boxing, they were for free. And then when De La Hoya would fight Mayweather, or when he would fight Fernando Vargas, yeah, put on pay per view. Of course, we're gonna pay for that. You know what I mean? Because there's only one or two a year. You know what I mean, peeps?
sure, absolutely. Again, pay per view needs to be used in a more strategic method, right? Because it used to be for novelty fights. So when you take the novelty away, then and make everything a pay per view, then it loses its luster. Obviously, it loses the special quality it was supposed to have. So
But babes,
again,
the loser in that situation are the boxers, right? Because they will now, instead of, like, for example,
well,
Dubois getting.
losers are the majority of boxers, but again, that 1% will end up winning, which is what the supposed Muhammad Ali Act protects, is that 1%.
But the thing is, instead of Dubois getting 120 million, now he may now on this new scenario, he may only get 30 million, right? But the fans win out. We get all the fights that we want to see at the time that we want to see it, right? Because we're the one that's paying for the subscription. We're the one that are paying for the pay per views. Now, Beeps, are the boxers okay with that? Like, instead of getting 120, you're now going to get 30 instead. What's going to
Well,
happen then?
the fact that people are really sitting here arguing about a guy who's making 5 million and saying, "Well, that 5 million is not enough. He needs to be making 50 million." Like again, like why would you be concerned about that? And the person that's complaining about that is probably more than likely only making 50,000 a year themselves. So how does that benefit you? You know, does that person care about you? You're the one paying for the pay per view.
Yeah, I agree, Beeps. I agree, but I think because we're in sports, I think that's gonna always gonna happen. For example, Micah Parsons from the Dallas Cowboys, he wants a particular number. Jones wants another number, and the fans are in between, and they're saying, "Oh, Parsons deserves, I don't know, 30 million, whatever, per
Yeah,
year."
crazy.
It's always gonna be like that because it's in sports. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it happens more so in boxing though. That's the problem. Like you never hear you. I'm not saying you never hear it, but you hear it so much less frequently in other sports. Whereas now this has become like a focal point. This has become that again. Like I keep using this word, that big wedge issue. Now it's all of a sudden money, fight or pay.
But Beavis, if they're in this new regime where they're in the same umbrella, it won't be talked as much because now
Well,
everyone knows.
if you notice, people are starting to talk less about the whole PED thing because now they're finally starting to come around and realizing that it's all a bunch of bullshit, right? So you don't hear the PED thing anymore. Now they've shifted to the fighter pay thing, and now they've shifted to hating TKO boxing and Dana White. And it's about and the reason why they're saying they hate him is because Dana wants to screw the fighters over, whatever. So now we go from we keep going from wedge issue to wedge issue, and now we're here's where we're at.
But Biggs, I do think that because Turkey Al Sheikh is now in the business, I do think it's healthy for boxing
I do
because
too.
I do think they're in there for the long term. Because I don't know if you guys have ever been to a Middle Eastern country. I have. I've been to Dubai. They do like violence. I'm not insinuating anything here. I meant like combat sports. They do like that, right? It's in their DNA, right? Combat sports. So I do think they're going to invest into a boxing in the long term. But this payment of 120 million for Dubois, this cannot last, man. If
Yeah, but
Turkey Al,
is that really what he got? I
well,
mean,
that's what
I
I heard.
heard the purses. I heard the purses totaled 100.
Nah,
Oh,
nah, nah.
okay,
That's not true. The boy did not get 120.
okay, okay. Say the
Ahmed,
purse is
Ahmed,
120.
Ahmed, you're in the UK. What were the actual reported purses here for this?
I think Usyk got close to 70 or 80 million. I think that's the close, but I think Dubai got 50 or 60. That's still a lot, but
What I heard was the total purse amount was what? Was it 120 million or was it
No,
something?
I think
120
we're
weight. So
no,
let me just do the math.
we're getting
Maybe
confused of the pounds and the dollars here because they in England they probably are saying that it is like 70, but for America that denotes to 120 million US dollars.
no, no,
But
no. But Dubai did not get more than
yeah,
50 million. That was what Tony Bellew even disclosed.
This is what was being reported here. And again, this is just I don't have.
Those numbers are fake. I think I seen the.
They're saying Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois will have a combined purse of 203.5
Nah,
million.
nah, nah. That's completely false.
Usyk expected. I don't agree with this either.
No, that's
Usyk,
fake. That's fake.
Usyk was
Someone
supposed to
leaked
get
it. Yeah.
100. Usyk was they're saying was 132 million, and Dubois was getting 71 million. That's crazy.
That's fake. That's fake. Dubai reportedly got somewhere between 45, I think, 40 or 45 to 50 million. And Usyk, I think, got 70 or 80. I can't remember. Usyk got, I think 70 was probably the accurate number. That's still a lot of money, but this was not as big as the Fury fight. So I don't know why anyone would even like believe those numbers. Those are like completely fabricated numbers.
it's not financially sustainable, right? So they got to go back down to reality, right? So what I'm saying is, if they can have an even playing field, right? Where boxers will get paid maybe, I don't know, 2 to 3 million, 5 million. And look, if you want to get paid 30 million, then go on pay-per-view. You take the risk. That was the formula back then. So HBO had a budget, right? You either go on HBO Bad or HBO World Championship Boxing. We'll pay you, but there's a cap. The limit is only like 3 million. If you want to take your chance and go on pay-per-view and get less money or more money, then yeah, go ahead. Uh, Otherwise, you have to go on under this umbrella. I think when what HBO did back then in the 2010s and sorry, in the 2000s and the 1990s, and Showtime was there too. I think that's a great formula. I think that's what Turkey Al Sheikh is trying to implement here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It
So
depends, though. The zone are gone very frequent with pay per views.
yeah,
I know he said,
the zone's starting to increase the amount of pay per views that they've been showing too. So
and not all of these are Turkey
and
shows as
and
well.
the effect and the fact that Atamu Dillian White fight was on pay per view was absolutely
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah, yeah.
That was insulting.
You know why? You know why that was on pay per view? It's because both fighters wanted an extraordinary amount of money, and the zone probably said, "Hey, we're not paying that. You guys do it on pay per view. See how
Dillian
much you
White
guys can make."
Dillian White wasn't even ranked by any of the sanctioning bodies. He was inactive. It's just again
No,
whatever.
I think they had to grossly overpay Dylan White to make that fight because I don't think none of the other guys will fight the time unless they offer that money. My only thing is with this whole thing, I think Turkey could do this as long as he wants. The only problem is how long is he going to be in boxing for? Because short term, I think he's got the money to, pull out the checkbook and whatever fight he wants to make. He will overpay these guys. He won't always do it, and he won't go grossly over the top. Like when Canelo's asking for 200 million to fight Benavides, I think stuff like that he won't do that. Or when I remember, I think Fury may have been, taking or just making a joke, but when he was saying, "Give me 500 million." He's not gonna pay those crazy numbers, like if these guys are being serious. But he will
Sure,
overpay. He will overpay if there's a big fight or a fight in demand, or
sure.
even like Devin Haney and Brian Norman. That's a really good fight.
It's a great fight.
Is it worth what he's paying them? Maybe not. But Devin Haney has been overpaid by Matchroom and his own. So Turkey's
But
not the one.
Hamid, didn't I don't know if you saw that interview with Turki Al Sheikh, and then he was with the Coppinger and this other guy, I think, who's in charge of TKO. I
Rick,
think they're gonna have the zone format where they're gonna have something like HBO World Championship Boxing, where it's just for free, and then if you want
No,
to watch.
I don't think HBO's coming back. I think someone
No, no,
asked him.
no, 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 no. It's similar to what HBO's formula was, where on the zone there'll be free boxing, and then if you want to, and then they'll have something like,
Premium. Is that what you're talking about?
no, they're
Premium.
gonna
Like,
have different tiered subscription.
yeah,
yeah. But I
yeah.
don't know. Did HBO do that? I can't. I remember HBO. It was HBO Sports and HBO Pay Per View. Like, I don't think HBO had a premium. Did they have like some sort of premium deals?
They had an app HBO Max, but that was free if you had a HBO subscription on your cable.
But you gotta have
That
some sort of
wasn't
a
a premium
system.
tier.
But you gotta have some sort of a system in place so that you don't have to pay like this astronomical dollars to people who don't even. No one wants to watch Dylan White fight anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like you're gonna have to like make an authoritarian, like say this is how it is. You don't have any other options because now in this scenario Golden Boy is no longer there, Top Rank's no longer there, there's no more promotional companies to back you now. It's either me or you do it yourself,
Yeah,
right?
but the Dilla White fight. Look, Dilla White should not even be headlining a pay per view in the UK.
And
Never
then,
mind America.
then you got Lou DiBella crying about Jarrell Miller being on an undercard after he tested positive for PE. Dillian White tested positive 3 times for PE. Like,
Four
again,
times. Dilla White, I think 4 or 5. He done in kickboxing as well. So
well, yeah, in boxing 3 times. So again, like, what are we doing here, DiBella? What are we doing?
yeah, but DeBella, I think he does that
DiBella's
one.
a fucking hypocrite, bro.
Yeah,
He's just the biggest. He's such a
You
fucking fraud.
used to run HBO though, remember? You used to
No,
run HBO in
I
the
don't have
90s.
a problem.
I respect him.
But
He's
yeah,
been in the
he
game a
is.
while, whatever. He knows. I mean, he knows the game, but
He's
this
a
is
salesman though. He's
this
a
is the
salesman.
same guy that kept putting Heather Hardy in there, knowing she was fucking damaged. You know what I mean?
Jermaine Taylor as well. Jermaine
Yeah,
Taylor. Remember
like
towards.
you kept putting Jermaine like you don't care about fighters. Stop pretending like you care about fighters. You're a businessman like everyone else.
But
I reckon Turkey does care about boxers though. Turkey
Who?
no,
does.
he I think
Generally does.
Lou DeBella as well. He's more of a fan than some of these other promoters. But I think all the promoters, in a way, they like. I think you said this before. That they all like politics. They're all in a way hypocritical and
They're all
Yeah, they
phonies,
are.
bro.
yeah. They all contradict
They
themselves.
act like they care about this Muhammad Ali Act in terms of how think about this. If you're a promoter, right? The Muhammad Ali Act protects the fighters against you. So if you were honorable as promoters, why would there need to be an act to protect the fighters against you? So this isn't the promoters caring about protecting the fighters. This is the promoters only caring about the competition that they're going to have to face coming in. The only time the Muhammad Ali gets brought up is when there's a new face on the block. Like when PBC first came out, then you had fucking Top Rank and you had Golden Boy suing PBC, citing them PBC violating the Muhammad Ali Act. So this wasn't about them caring about the fights. This was about them saying, "Oh well, they're creating a monopoly, and it's not fair to us." And now everyone's afraid that because the TKO is going to have so much money behind them, that now the TKO is a threat to their promotional companies. So this has nothing. Open your fucking eyes, you fucking idiots out there who are taking a side here.
I
This
don't
has
even think. I don't even think
this
it's
has
that. I
nothing to
think
do. This
yeah.
has nothing to do about the promoters caring about the fighters. This has something to do with the promoters caring about the competition that they're going to have to deal with.
It's all that, but I think he could essentially take everything to Netflix, and that could really put all these other networks out of business if he really wanted to. I don't think he's gonna do that because of the deal
Well,
or
Netflix isn't gonna commit to that many dates. It's their own
it's not.
Netflix.
It's not just that he's already brought stake into DAZN, and he owns, I think, part of DAZN. I
Yeah,
think it's
he owns like 20.
yeah.
He only has like
Is
a 20%
the
ownership.
future
Of
of boxing is with the zone. Netflix is just there. They're just picking fights.
I don't think
No,
DAZN are doing a good job.
TKO's going to Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going
No,
to
Top Rank.
Paramount
You mean
Plus and
Top Rank.
CBS.
Is it top rank or?
I don't
Top
think that
Rank, we
will
don't know
last.
where Top Rank is going.
Oh,
Bibbs, I
actually,
don't
you're
think that
right.
will
You're right.
last
You're
at
right.
CBS.
We'll
No, but
see.
this what I'm trying to say. The Zone had the chance to be the Netflix of sports, and
Yeah,
they
yes.
they just they just completely, I think, messed up the whole concept. Now
Well,
they just become a pay-per-view monthly. I don't know what I'm gonna do because I got a deal last year where they were offering like annual and monthly whatever deals for like I think
how much
nine.
is a yearly subscription for people in the UK?
Generally, I think is 120 something like that. But last year they brought it down. I think between 80 to
Hey,
100.
Hamed, what do you get? Can you watch soccer in the zone?
I think this season, last season it was the Saudi league because players like Cristiano Ronaldo and some of the
Okay.
other, but
Yeah.
that's really not. People only get in the zone for boxing. I don't think the quality's been there. I know they got Queensbury now, and they're saying he's gonna amend the deal, but to me, he's just gonna make the subscription or premium more expensive. And at that point, I don't know. You're paying like 30, maybe £30, £20 a month, £25. It's like the same as TNT or Sky, but you're not really getting anything additional. And this is what I was trying to say. If they just kept it to a reasonable price, I don't know, maybe 10 $15 or £15, 10.
The formula is the zone, right? Say for example, okay, Turkey will give them 50 million. That's the budget, right? So this has free, I don't know, maybe 30, 25 free boxing events a year, right? I'll give you 50 million. All the other big fights, put it on pay per view, right? Maybe we'll have two a year, right? But I'm gonna give you 50 million every year, right? So we can have all of these boxing for free. However, it's not going to work if other boxing promoters go to Paramount, as what Beebs was saying. It has to be uniformal. It can't be like
No,
The
I get that,
zone, the
but I'm
zone, the
saying,
zone is in trouble, and I'll tell you why. They're not in trouble where they're going to be out of business, but they're going to lose a lot of subscribers, and they have continued to lose a lot
they
of
have, yeah, they
subscribers
have. Yeah.
because now that you have Paramount Plus, now that you have Netflix, now we're hearing that other. I don't know if Peacock's going to jump back in the game. I'm hearing Time Warner or whatever. I'm hearing a
Sorry,
lot.
Beeb, how big is Paramount Plus in thing? Is that bigger than Amazon Prime? Not.
They have about Paramount Plus has I think let me I think they have like 45 subscribers. The Zone only has 20 million subscribers.
not Paramount Plus. No,
No, no,
Disney
Well,
Amazon
Plus
Prime
got
is
more
bigger, but I
subscribers than
think,
them.
yeah, yeah, I think the Zone would be in trouble if that's the case. Then,
But
but
these American
my
companies, they're not
problem
going to
with the
invest in
Zone,
boxing. They never have. Uh,
no, but my problem with the Zone is when they started, they were really cheap and they were saying pay per views dead. They gave us very good fights like Canelo, Danny Jacobs, Canelo Kovalev, and then slowly they.
I stand corrected. I apologize.
What's that?
Paramount Plus has 77.7 million global
That's
subscribers.
a lot. That's almost 100 million then.
So let's look at the Zone.
oh, it did. Zone's got less, man.
No, they have like significantly less. They have 20 million global subscribers. So
That's
they're
not that
almost four.
much in it.
Yeah, and they're continually going down. Right. So
What?
let's look at Amazon Prime subscribers.
I think it's 80 million. I think it may be that.
And here's the thing: it doesn't matter if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber. Wow, Amazon has 310 million active users worldwide, but that's just for the
Wow.
actual
Yeah, but the
Prime member.
problem
Yeah,
is, Beebs, the problem is those networks, they're not going to invest into boxing, man. I'm telling you. Because a lot of those executives from Showtime and HBO, they're all went sideways to probably all of these networks. They've probably told the executives, hey, dude, boxing.
Amazon Prime Video subscribers are 240 million.
Yeah,
Let's
but don't you?
Netflix is over 300 million.
Yeah,
Let's look at
don't.
ESPN
Yeah,
ESPN Plus subscribers.
Yeah, it's the instant one is correct. Peacock, yeah, they are investing into basketball. In fact, I think NBC is
ESPN
holding on to
Plus
Jordan.
ESPN Plus only has 24.1 million subscribers. So again, these other networks are killing ESPN Plus, and they're killing. Let's look at Peacock. I think Peacock. Look at Peacock global subscribers.
do Peacock still have that deal with Boxer? Is that gone?
No,
No.
that's gone.
Yeah, that deal was very short. Then it was like a
Yeah, it's very short.
Because
short
they
deal.
know, dude. They know. The executives know what the sport of boxing is. It's
Peacock has 41 million paying subscribers.
But you know what? The Boxer have got a deal with BBC now. If that goes, successful, and they could do, I think it's only one show a month or something. Eddie
So
Yun was
so
saying.
so DAZN doesn't have a really strong global reach.
That's what I was gonna get to. Like, if Netflix are putting on some of the biggest fights, and you got terrestrial TV back in boxing, I think that's the only way maybe you could grow the sport.
I don't even have a DAZN subscription anymore.
I don't blame anyone. I think a lot of people are just going to
I
the
know a
Fire
lot of
Stick.
people that left DAZN.
I used to stream all the fights, but then they got to a point where around about I think Wilder Fury rematch, where I had a Fire Stick as well, but the Fire Stick I ended it because it wasn't that useful. Like, it started messing up, and the streams, were cutting out on there. And then once
Well,
once we start
I'll
getting the
sh-
big fights,
I'll
I
show
start just
you.
paying for them.
There's well, I'll talk to you about some stuff
Yeah,
offline,
all
but
right. No. You told me before, but I don't mind. If it's like a big fight or fights worth it, like Fury Usyk, Beterbiev, Bivol, like Canelo Crawford, stuff like that. I don't even mind paying for them. Yeah, I just don't like when they start putting fights like White Tatuma, and there's a pay per view every month, and you gotta pay.
they've went to the well too many times, and
yeah.
and they've abused it. And I'll have to say this: the fans have. I used to say this a long time ago. Like, the fans, we have no power, blah 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 blah. Because HBO was giving these guys, HBO and Showtime was giving these promoters and these fight, they were giving these promoters rights deals, and they were guaranteed money. But now that once HBO and Showtime went away, and now you had the Zone, and now you had Amazon Prime and PBC, whatever. Now you're seeing this crazy amount of pay per views. I always used to say that the fans can't really do much. We're going to have to deal with what they. But now we've spoken. We've stopped buying the pay per views, and now we've forced them to change course.
Yeah, but
Hence, we have.
I think I think we gotta give credit to the American fans. I know a lot of the American fans are not the smartest, but like they're not gullible. Like the British fans and a lot of other fans are a lot more passionate. Where the American fans have quickly just transcended to MMA, and they're not
Well,
paying for.
It's harder to stream fights in the UK because they actively try to block the streams, where in the US they don't. That's
No,
number one.
they've been doing that, but I still like for the last couple of football matches I've been doing it because I don't have Sky Sports anymore. Well, yeah, last year I had that, so I just watch everything on that. But what I'm trying to say, the American boxing fans are not as gullible or are harder to please. So they all stopped, like in a way, essentially, majority of them just stopped, paying for fights or even watching boxing. Like it got
We
to that
did, yeah,
point,
yeah.
and
So
I
But
think that's something the
getting
UK
back to
maybe.
my point, I never thought that we would be able to have the impact that we have now, because we have had an impact, and we fought back against them, and now our voices are being heard.
I
Yeah, I
just think,
also
go on.
back in the days with HBO and Showtime, HBO didn't expect boxing to make money at all. Usually, when you run a media company, you with HBO, they had all people went to HBO because of Games of Thrones, all these other Hard Knocks, right? Boxing was just there as a filler. I think Beebs, you mentioned this
I've
before,
always
like
said that
a few years ago.
boxing for a lot of broadcast platforms and networks was always a filler. It was
Yeah,
never.
it's just a filler.
Yeah.
However, the networks they're willing to make box they're willing to accept boxing, and they're willing to accept a loss, right? So if we give you a budget of 50 million, if we get only 30 million, we're fine, right? Because it's just a filler to fill in the slots, right? There's other lacrosse also makes a loss, but ESPN doesn't care because it's a live event and it's just there to fill in. However, what ESPN and Showtime and HBO did not want is for fighters not to fight against each other. Like, for example, they started cherry picking, and now, like, for example, back in the days, we had Hopkins versus Jermaine Taylor, I think on HBO World Championship Boxing or something like that. Like
Yeah,
for
yeah. No,
mostly
you had
Margarito.
Kelly Pavlik and Jermaine Taylor, the first
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
That was a
It wasn't
great
on
fight.
pay per view. You know what I
Wasn't
mean?
me.
Like,
But then they put
but the
the
reason
rematch
why
on pay per view.
And
HBO stopped.
once again, this goes back to what I said before. For all the idiots out there that want to be social justice warriors and want to all of a sudden become activists, when you give the fighter too much leverage, in the long run, it's going to hurt you as the fan.
But I agree with you, but I also don't think HBO were bad in a way. They were good because they didn't have one like exclusive deal, one
Well,
Pacific promoter.
HBO would say no to the fighters
Yeah, yeah.
when they wanted to fight someone that HBO didn't feel was worthy for them to broadcast.
No two fights as well. Like I thought Mayweather when he was on HBO, his opponents were not that bad, man. If I'm being honest, look, he went to Showtime. That's where he fought Robert Guerrero, Andre Berto, and like we didn't see as bad. I think on HBO.
Oh,
I know some of the.
he did duck Manny Pacquiao
No,
there
I
for
agree
5 years
with you on
on
that, but
HBO.
I agree with you on that. But I'm saying they couldn't force him to take that fight, didn't it? Because
Now, what I'm
they
saying is, Ahmed, is you have to force him. That's what I'm saying with Turkey. He has to be authoritarian, like kind of like run it like a Stalin, for example. You know what I mean?
No,
It
but
has.
what I'm trying to say, the fights we got instead were not that bad. That's what I'm trying to say. And they didn't look, they didn't have an exclusive deal with Top Rank like ESPN did, or like with Showtime. In a Showtime, in a way, when they ended up with PBC, because they were just exclusive to BBC, or like now with DAZN and Matchroom and Golden Boy. That's why it was good. They were wicked with everyone, and I think that's how it should be. If Netflix, so I don't know if DAZN could have done that, one of these networks, like these apps or whatever, then I think
Yeah, but
that's the
Ahmed,
only
it's not
way.
going to work. The reason why, I think, Beebs, who gave that 70 billion or $7 billion deal to MMA? Who was that group?
Paramount, I told you,
Paramount.
Paramount
Okay, the
Plus
reason why
and
Paramount,
CBS, $7.7 billion, excuse me,
yeah.
to the UFC for 7 years, which equates to 1.1 billion a year.
Now the reason why they
You
did
don't need
that is
pay-per-views when you have a budget like that. Little Penny, I didn't mean to cut you off. When you have a budget like that, you don't really need to do pay-per-views. They're giving you a
yeah.
1.1 billion
But Beebs,
dollars.
that's not the reason why Paramount agreed to that deal. The reason why they agreed to that deal with MMA is because they uniform, and there is a guy who's a Stalin, which is his name is Dana White, who will say, "This is the fight that we want. If you don't accept this, go somewhere else."
Well,
Right? Or
let's look at the example of John Jones, for instance. John Jones wanted to. I forget who he wanted to fight. And Dana wanted him to fight Tom Aspinall.
yes,
So Dana says if you want to fight, you either fight Tom Aspinall or we don't have anything for you. So
correct.
what
That's
did
how it should be.
what did John Jones do?
He
He fucking
retired.
retired.
Yes,
And that's better for the fans because
I
that
agree.
forces.
Yes.
And then you can say, oh well, what about Brock Lesnar, Randy Couture versus Fedor Emelianenko? Why didn't that ever? Okay, you can always point to situations and outliers, whatever the case may be. But for the most part, it doesn't happen often
Yeah,
in
it's the
MMA.
same with Francis Ngannou and was this was something Ghani? I
Yeah,
forgot.
he wanted him to fight John Jones. He wouldn't fight John Jones, so
Yeah.
he didn't have a fight for him. We're
Same
not
with
we're
That's what
not
I'm
Ngannou,
we're,
innit?
we're
saying.
not
That's
Ngannou.
what
here.
I'm
That's
saying.
why.
We're not here. You know, we're here to run a business. We're here to please the
Yes.
fans. Our business um, model is we want fans to pay for our product and keep coming back. And we
Yes.
want to. We're when Dana says this isn't a going out of business sale, meaning we're not here to lose money on events. We're here to make a profit. And
You know what?
boxing events,
I think Dana White knows what he's doing.
a lot of boxing events aren't turning a profit.
No,
Yeah.
I think Dana White
But
knows what he's doing.
The networks are actually okay with that, right? The networks, even with HBO was willing to say, okay, we'll give you 50 million. And if we get 30 million, that's fine. There's a $20 million loss. It's fine, right? However, we want the fights that the fans or our subscribers want. So that, for example, if they don't want to watch Games of Thrones for a couple of hours, they can watch a live event because a live event is premium, right? However, they don't want to watch Salka versus Danny Swift
Floyd
Garcia.
Mayweather and Al Heyman killed HBO boxing.
I agree. I
They
agree.
killed
They
it.
did. They
They
did.
stuck a
And
knife in it.
Showtime too. And
and and
Showtime
and
as
and
well.
and, and they killed Showtime boxing too. So once again, you
Do,
guys
do
are
you guys really think that?
you guys are supporting
Absolutely, I
a
think
No,
that.
group.
That's
you
the
know what?
reason
You know
I'm
You
what?
going.
guys
Because
are supporting a group that gave you the middle finger.
you know what I want to say. I agree with you on the Showtime and was it with the NBC and all the other deals they did. They did kill those deals. But the reason I wouldn't see that with HBO is maybe they had a part, but HBO still were doing good after. Mayweather left after all
No,
those
no, they
fighters. Right?
weren't.
No, they
They
Let me
weren't.
weren't.
just finish what
No,
I'm
they
saying.
weren't.
They
They
Because
weren't.
weren't.
They weren't
let me
doing
say,
They
good.
weren't.
They
let me
weren't
say
doing
what I'm
good.
saying. Because
Their
they
views
They
were
kept
terrible.
they kept cutting the budget year after year because they
Yeah,
didn't
Correct.
but
have it. They were
that was
losing money.
because I think Ross Greenberg left and they
No,
got
no,
that
no.
other
No,
guy.
They
no, dude,
no,
no, no,
no, no,
no,
no,
Hold on,
no,
all right,
no.
no.
hold
They
on.
weren't gonna pay money for fights that were not getting viewership.
Yeah,
But
correct.
this is what I'm trying to say. Up until the Top Rank made that deal with ESPN, they were committed to boxing. That's where I thought that they had one foot out
No,
the
dude, it
door.
was about the viewership, dude. Dude, like when
Listen
Mayweather
to what I'm
left,
saying because I just listened to Jim Lampley's full interview with Joe Rogan. I think it was like 2 weeks ago, and he was even
dude, Jim
saying
Lampley doesn't run. He doesn't run.
no, but
He's not on the executive board.
he was
He
even
doesn't
saying
say.
he
He's just an announcer.
no
He
no,
knows
but
nothing about
this is what
it.
I'm
He's
trying to
not
say.
in
He
charge
was
of the decisions at all.
I understand. He was even saying the new
Let
executive.
him let him finish a little bit. I
This is
want
what
to
I'm
hear
trying to say.
I
He
want to
was
hear
even
where he's
saying
going with this. I want to hear where he's going with this.
this is what he was even saying. The new executive is Peter Nelson. I think that guy wasn't committed to boxing, and that's where a lot of people said
Okay,
boxing.
but why
H-
wasn't he committed to boxing?
he didn't care about boxing. He
But
No,
didn't.
viewership.
here's my rebuttal to that. Even if he didn't care about it, even if he didn't like it, if it was getting him revenue, right? If it was a valuable part of the content,
He would keep it.
would any of that have mattered?
But
There had to be there had now here's the thing. Ted Turner wasn't really passionate about wrestling, right? And he was
No
getting
one.
ready he was getting ready to get rid of it.
But the
But
viewership are there.
but once WCW under Eric Bischoff with the NWO, once it started doing well, what did he do? He expanded it, right? He put it on Thursday nights, did more pay-per-views. So once again, you may not be passionate about something, but if it makes good business sense, you're going to hold on to it. So Jim Lampley may very well be right, but
yeah.
the fact of the matter is, the fact that it wasn't gaining as many eyeballs as it once was, that didn't help, and it didn't strengthen, and probably made his disdain for the sport even greater. Is what I'm
I
trying to say.
understand what you're
You see
saying.
what I'm saying?
This what I'm trying to also say was I remember they had Pacquiao and Vargas top rank. They wanted HBO to put that on pay per view, and HBO said no to that, and that upset Bob. So Bob went and done I think a solo top rank pay per view because I remember that was on Box Nation. Yeah, and that was the beginning of the end with the top
No,
rank and
he
HBO.
did a one off. He did a one
Yeah,
off on Showtime.
that was
Pacquiao
no no that was with
That
Jay
was on Mosley.
Mosley.
Pacquiao Mosley was on Showtime.
That
Yeah.
was ages ago, though. They still. He came back to HBO to do pay per views with HBO. My point was that was the end of the deal with Top Rank and HBO, and then Top Rank signed a deal, exclusive deal with ESPN. That's where I think they didn't have like apart from Canelo, because Golovkin and
Yeah.
Kovalev, they were towards the end of their career. All they had was really Canelo. Like I'm trying to say, they didn't have Top Rank. All the fighters were Top Rank. PBC had left them. They were really in a bit of a sticky situation. So I think ultimately they did the right thing by leaving boxing because they didn't really have many, fighters apart from Canelo. People could probably point to international stars, but those are not, household names or big names in America. And then on top of it, the guy didn't really care about boxing. It wasn't a
Yeah.
boxing guy yet. I think HBO left at the right
At the
time.
end of the day, right? HBO is not like NBC, CBS. HBO is a premium cable network where people pay a subscription,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So viewership is very important, right? And back then, even HBO was willing to give the Golden Boy and all of the top rank 50 million. Let's just say it's 50. It's probably not that. Like, I'm just gonna give a number. 50 million. If we make 30, we're fine, right? We're fine with that because people tune in, right? It might not be as big as Games of Thrones, but we're okay if boxing makes a loss. However, because we were getting HBO Bad, HBO World Championship Boxing, right, for free. There was a Beeps, you remember there was at least 25 free shows, right? And it was the best of the very best, right?
The Wire, Sopranos. What else? HBO had a lot to offer. Yeah, I agree with you. Apart from boxing, yeah, they were value for money in it, basically.
No, boxing was a filler. It wasn't even like they didn't. A lot of the executives don't even like boxing. If you watch on any of those shows, only maybe Ross Greenberg turned out to the fights. All the other executives, they don't give a shit about boxing. They,
Ludabella and Ross
they
Greenberg.
do
Yeah,
give a shit about the viewership though. The viewership is the one that counts because HBO is a premium cable network. People pay a subscription like ESPN. It's not like NBC or all these where you
Let
can get
me
it for
let me
free.
let me jump in and read this from Alexander Wilson. He said Ted Turner was passionate about wrestling. He lost all of his power when AOL Time Warner merge happened and the new AOL executive killed wrestling. Okay, fair enough, but I do think WCW was starting to have its problems creatively too, and once it started losing a little bit of its luster, I think this
Babe, that's what I. You know what? Can I just cut
AOL.
you off?
Well,
Sorry.
let me just finish the point. AOL and HBO, their executives when the transition happened. It's I agree.
That's a big component. Yeah.
They probably did not like the sport. They weren't passionate about the sport. But once again, that lack of passion could have been overridden if the business was doing well. And
Of course.
at that time, boxing had didn't have a leg to stand on to present its case to the new management, and neither did WCW at that time. So okay, those points are all well taken. Alexander Wilson, shout out to you. But and even your point, I'm not discounting anything you're saying, Hamed. I'm not trying to disregard it
Yeah,
or
yeah.
saying it's not true. But the fact that at that time during those transitions, boxing and WCW were not doing well, right, and they were starting to dip, then they had no argument to justify staying on the platforms.
Well, regarding his comment about AOL and Time Warner merging, I heard that as well. I think it's from Vince McMahon or someone
Yeah,
saying
that's true.
say
He's not wrong. He's
yeah,
not
he.
wrong.
I think Vince McMahon or someone was saying that. I think in either the Darker Side, one of those episodes, or one of the videos I watched on
Yeah.
YouTube. So that's completely true. Regarding boxing, I think HBO didn't also adapt when the Zone got into boxing and Showtime started putting on more fights. They didn't really, I think, adapt because a lot of people used to complain about the way I think they used to do the pay per views, like about the app and stuff like that. So HBO were kind of not moving along with the time. But I think at the moment you need a network that's committed and not putting on that many pay per views because really, how many fights have really broken through in America on pay per view since Mayweather, the
Only
whole
one.
Mayweather Pacquiao?
Only one. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. That's it.
Yeah, apart from
When was
Canelo
one?
winning.
What year was that again, Little Penny? Was that 2023?
2023.
23?
And before that it was Triple
Mayweather,
G Canelo too.
Triple
That's
G and
it.
Canelo too. Yeah, correct.
Maybe the Wilder Fury rematch, I think, because that did
Nah.
over a million.
No.
No,
No.
that did over a million, but that's the only other fight,
Yeah,
I
but
think.
the Mayweather. I guess the here's the thing: the Fury Wilder fights did pretty decent. The second and third ones
It
did.
didn't do a million on North America though. It maybe did
Second,
a
second one
million.
did. Second one did 1.2 because Bob said it was six, no, 7 or 800,000 on TV, and then additional people bought it. I think on what was the app or something, whatever.
Yeah, I think
Because I
this is
think
when
because
they
it was
started doing worldwide pay-per-views.
They're saying in America it did fifty
See?
thousand pay per view
That's
buys.
good though. That is good though.
That's number two.
Yeah,
The
that is
problem with
good
that
goal.
fight, they overpaid
Globally,
both. Yeah.
it probably did over a million.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right,
Correct.
so yeah,
The
so
the
But for
first
a pay
fight
per
didn't do
view
that
to
well,
be
but
to be
yeah.
for a pay per view to be like a super successful, the baseline is 1 million. Usually, when you do a million pay per view buys, that means that it was really successful. 850 is also pretty good.
Wilder Fury 3 did 600,000 pay per view buys in the United States.
I thought that was good considering like how one sided the rematch was, and the
I mean,
fact that
these are not bad numbers.
Yeah, they're
Obviously,
not bad.
the 850,000 pay per view
Good
buys
number.
is a solid number. 600,000 is a solid number too.
but the problem is those type of fights you needed two guys to fight each other like on their own they can't really do. That's what I was getting at also like that's the problem now. I think just getting back to Canelo Crawford because I want to talk about that fight.
Yeah, finish us
Do
out with
you
that because I got to go in about maybe 15, 20 minutes. But
What do
finish
you
us
think
out with
about that though? Do you think they did the good thing by taking it off pay per view? Because I think it would have done well on pay per view, but at the same time, I think the pay per view model has completely been
Well,
destroyed,
let me
especially
ask.
in America.
Let me throw it back at you. Was it a good thing for them, or are you concerned if it was a good thing for them or a good thing for you? So,
Overall,
because
yeah,
so it was a good thing for you, and it's a
good thing for us. Obviously, yeah,
good
we
thing
don't
for
have to
us.
pay in it. Yeah,
So, I'll 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 answer that question. I think it was a good thing for everybody
yeah.
because Netflix again, you have 300. What do you have? 300 million subscribers globally. That's a lot of subscribers. 300 million. Let's look at that now. Netflix subscribers.
I
Let's
think it's more than that.
subscribers.
I think there's 100 million in America, which is a lot, and then I think it's about 300 something in worldwide.
All right. So Netflix has 301 million paid subscribers.
Okay.
Okay. So let's look how many of those are in America by country. Let's do it by country. Okay. These fucking websites take forever to open up. United States, 66.7 million subscribers. Brazil, wow, Brazil's number two at 15.3 million. United Kingdom is 14.1. Germany is 13.2. France is 10.1. Mexico is 10 million. Good. Shout out to Mexico. Japan, 7 million. Canada, 6.7 million. Wow. Australia, 6.5. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to go. Yeah, wow. Jesus Christ. Look at this. So where's China? China is the second largest economy in America, and they're
China
not
don't
even
watch
on.
Netflix, dude. They got their
I
own.
guess they don't. I guess they don't watch Netflix. Huh?
But
Okay.
you still have to
They've
pay
got their
for it.
own.
Yeah, I was
They've
What
gonna
do
got
they?
their
say.
What do they have, little penny? What's theirs called?
I wouldn't have a clue, but they've got their own.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So we have 66 million subscribers in the U.S. alone. So 300 million subscribers worldwide,
That's
right?
good.
300. So to the answer your question, all I have to do is look at the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. Let's see how many people watch that.
Was that 70 million?
Mike Tyson,
50 to 70 million from what I've heard.
Yeah, yeah.
Jake Paul,
I think it's 50 or 40, 30, 30 in America, which is a lot. 30 million.
viewers.
Good. That's really good.
Okay. Okay. 108 million global viewers.
Wow.
Uh,
So one in three people watch that fight.
well,
Out of
let's
all,
look at Katie Taylor. Watch this now. Watch this. Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, three viewership. Because this was very impressive too. Okay. 6 million global viewers on Netflix. 4.2 million viewers in the United States. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
how many
Wow.
did it do this globally? The Katie Taylor fight?
This Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 3. 6 million global viewers.
So it went from 100 and something to 6 million.
No, no,
But
no. Yeah.
let,
The second one was for Tyson and Jake Paul to
that,
win.
that was Jake Paul to Mike Tyson. Be
Yeah, no
fair.
one, no.
Don't start acting like Eric and shitting on the female fighter. Come on.
No, 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 no. What I'm sa- what I'm
I'm
saying.
just busting your balls. I'm busting your
No,
balls.
what I'm saying is that when they were saying people were saying, oh, now that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are on Netflix, this will help the sport of boxing. I do think that it does a little bit, but not as much as everyone thinks. You know
No,
why?
but that fight was a dud as well, though. But Penny, that if that fight was maybe great, or it was like a better fight, like I don't know, a younger maybe Mike Tyson, and we got a bit more action, then
Yeah,
maybe.
but that wasn't even a real fight. They were
Yeah,
just
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
they were playing around. They weren't.
Yeah, but it wasn't just.
Do you guys think Jake Paul and Tank Davis is actually they're actually going to have a real fight, or do you think they're just
It's
going to
an
move on?
exhibition, isn't it?
That's an
No,
exhibition.
but you think they're really going to actually go at it hard against each
Nah,
other? I don't think
It,
so.
it might be like Mayweather and Jake Paul, which was like a glorified sparring session, and I like that was the last time I think I.
Or Mayweather Logan Paul, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Logan Paul. That was the last time I actually paid attention to one of these exhibitions. I'll tell you what, the exhibition Pacquiao had on Triller, the one with, was it DKU? That was kind of fun. It was only 6 rounds, but like it was kind of funny because I think in the last round, Pacquiao dropped the guy about 5 or 6 times,
Yeah.
and the referee wouldn't count the knockdowns, even though you meant to count him. And apart from that,
Who,
I
who got
really
knocked down 3 times?
the guy that Pacquiao was fighting, he was I think a kickboxer,
Oh,
turned
okay.
boxer,
Pac-
DKU. Not
Pacquiao
not
didn't
the
do well in that fight.
No, no, not the last one. The one before, the one
Oh,
in
one
20,
before.
the one like it was 1 year after the you guys fight. That's why I thought if Pacquiao had fought Spence back then, I think he would have probably beaten him. Because even though he lost to Ugas, I don't think he looked that bad outside the 12th round. But yeah, going to Canelo Crawford. Look,
Go
I
ahead.
think this fight has to deliver because so many people are going to be watching it. I know a lot of people are skeptical of the styles, but it's not. Let's be real. It's not really a toe-to-toe fight. Like it's not going to be like Canelo and Triple G or like Crawford and
Canelo and
Spence.
Triple G wasn't toe to toe anyway.
You get what I'm saying, though.
The second fight was pretty
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the
Like
second fight was actually I thought the second fight was better than the first fight too.
I thought Triple G like wanted to box in the second fight. Like
but
he didn't really go to
he was kind of
But
forced at times.
he
Yeah,
was forced to hold his ground on a lot of instances and a lot of occasions.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, no, no. Don't get me wrong. The first fight was definitely not toe to toe, and I don't even think the first fight was the top two fight of the years.
The second fight was better.
Yeah, the second fight was
yeah,
much
second
better.
fight
That
was
was
better.
that was the fight of the candidate. The first fight was nowhere near as good as AJ Klitschko or was it Roman Gonzalez and Rungvisai that year. Those two fights were really like highly known.
Now,
I
AJ Klitschko, that was toe to toe.
Yeah, yeah, that
That's
was
toe
the
to
fight
toe.
of the year. From round
Yeah,
four on, Klitschko and AJ just went at it. But yeah,
yeah,
I was
that's
gonna
toe to
say,
toe. That's
yeah,
toe to toe.
so go ahead.
I think, look, it could be a good fight. It could be a very interesting fight. But do I expect it to be like, fight of the year candy? No, I don't. But I hope it's just a good fight, like a very good fight, like similar to some of Crawford and Canelo's fights. The worry would be how Canelo has boxed recently. The Munguia fight wasn't bad, but apart from that, like, I don't know, the Charlo fight, I thought Charlo started running and went to survival mode, so it was boring. The Belanga fight, if I'm being honest, wasn't great, like outside the knockdown. And the Skull fight was one of the worst fights I've seen. So I think both of these guys need to, put on a show because we don't want this to give a bad look for boxing because boxing is already in a bad place, especially in maybe not even North America, just in America. And with fights like Jake Paul and Gervonta Davis now being made, we want these type of fights like Canelo and Crawford to these guys to put it all on the line. But what do you guys think about it?
I think for me, I'm not hoping for a good fight. I'm hoping for a great fight because we haven't had a great fight where they're in the top three pound for pound list. The last time we had 2 pound for pound guys in the top three was Pacquiao Mayweather, and that was a dud. The year before that was De La Hoya, Tito Trinidad, and that wasn't that good either. it was
That was
okay,
a controversial decision on top as well.
but the fight was boring to me, like
Yeah.
because, uh, and then before that, so that fight was in 1999, right? So it's 25 years. Boxing hasn't had a fight where both fighters are in the top three pound per pound, and it was a great fight where, like, it was the last time I
What
think
about
that
Kovalev Ward? I thought Kovalev Ward and Canelo Triple G
they're
were
not.
both.
Yeah, I know, but they're not blockbuster fighters. Even Ward is not a blockbuster fighter.
Canelo
The
Triple G,
last
the rematch was. I come on, you gotta see.
No, no,
Paki,
no. They're not. Those guys aren't even. Ward is a boring fighter.
no,
Let's be
Canelo,
honest.
Canelo,
He's a great
Canelo.
fighter. He's a good fighter, but he's boring, right? No one wants to see Andre
I,
Ward.
I
He's
get
not
that, but I'm saying
ten.
I thought the fight was actually good apart from the decision. I thought Canelo Golovkin, the rematch was very good. The third
Yeah,
fight
but
was
dude,
a
A
dud.
lot of people aren't crazy about Ward's
of
style,
course, yeah.
but I agree with Hamed. Like certain fights, like I thought Ward's two fights with Kovalev were extremely entertaining. I do believe
I
that.
don't know about the rematch. I thought was a bit like what's the word? Anticlimactic. The way Tony Week jumped in.
But Kovalev wasn't in the top three pound per pound though.
He was
Ward was.
Kovalev
Well,
was number
not
two.
Kovalev.
Kovalev
Maybe
Listen,
was
top 10. Maybe top,
again,
not top
again,
three.
I don't want to do revisionist history here, but at the time Andre Ward fought Kovalev, he was definitely the boogeyman at light
They
heavyweight.
were both top three. Roman Gonzalez was one. I think Kovalev was three, and Ward was two. Check back ring magazine because remember, sorry, wait. I think Golovkin may have been in the top three as well with them. But
No,
if
people
you
give Ward a lot of shit, but he has a phenomenal resume.
Deserved.
He has a phenomenal resume.
Deserved.
do you guys,
He has a phenomenal resume.
he
He
was a
does.
very
He
good
does.
super middleweight. But do you guys think this is not a good look or a good decision to put him on the commentary? Because him and Canelo, are not
Well, a lot of people are questioning that because he's going to be biased towards Crawford, and
Yeah, they're friends.
he's been openly biased
against Canelo.
against Canelo. I love Andre Ward. I think he's a great commentator. I understand people's criticism against him, but
Yes, they're
I'm
friends.
full disclosure. I'm a little bit biased towards Andre Ward, but if I'm being objective, he may not be the best guy for the job here. Now,
Yeah,
That's what I was
the
gonna
reason
say.
why here I'll go through the positives and the negatives. Arguably, you can make a claim that Andre Ward's probably the best super middleweight of all time. Arguably, definitely in the top three. Definitely in the top three. I
top
don't think.
five.
Well, would you
Yeah,
pick?
yeah, I agree with you both.
I would say he's
Roy Jones,
as much as
Watkins.
Roy Jones didn't have an extensive career at super middleweight.
It depends what. One second, let me just clarify. It depends what you put stake in. If it's just based on overall body of work, then it gotta be the top three: Canelo, Ward, and Calzaghe, whatever order. I'd probably say
Yeah,
Calzaghe.
Yeah,
you could.
Gonzagi.
I'm a huge Calzaghe fan, so it's. I still edge Ward, but you could
Yeah,
definitely make an argument
but
Calzaghe.
to Penny's point, if you're gonna go based on
So
one,
you want some
Zamo,
because this
Momo,
fight's at super middleweight. You want a significant. It's good to have a fighter who was arguably the best super middleweight of all
yeah,
time, or at least top two or three. I think he's the best super middleweight of all time. He probably edges Calzaghe out by it's hard for me because I love Calzaghe a lot too. But I would edge Ward. I just think Ward's just he can win in so many different ways.
I would say it's Calzaghe then Ward, but yeah, I
That's
understand what you're
fine, and
saying. Yeah,
I'm not going to argue against that. So in that aspect, plus Ward is I just think I really think Ward is a really good commentator, and I liked when he was on with Tim Bradley because Tim Bradley would be saying things that I would be like, what the fuck's he talking about? And Andre Ward would go against him, and he would make strong arguments against what Tim Bradley like he's not just going to sit there and be a yes man and like be part of an echo chamber when he's on a panel. He'll give his opinion, and he's not afraid to go against the grain.
how were they during the Loma and Haney fight? Because I need to watch the full fight with the top rank commentary. I've only rewatched ESPN commentary. Sorry,
No, he
I've
was
only
good. I
Yeah,
thought they were
because
good. I thought they were
I,
good.
I thought Ward kind of we'll get back to the point where we were making, but Ward I thought kind of transitioned into not a bad commentator. I think at times as an analyst when he's in the studio he can sometimes come off, but when he's just commentating alongside Joe Tessito or Bernardo
Well,
Osuna,
even Steve Kim, right? Steve
yeah,
Kim
Oh, he's very good.
obviously Steve Kim. If you listen to him, he obviously respected Andre Ward, but he wasn't always a huge fan of Andre Ward's style as a fighter either.
No one
But
was.
but what he did say was he really thought he was a good commentator.
Of good. And Andre Ward was a good fighter.
I
However,
thought he was I liked I actually liked Ward because I like inside fighting and I loved as Ward transitioned into an inside fighter and I kind of liked that about him and I liked the fact
I
that
was a
I
big
like the
Ward
fact
fan
that
as
he
well.
was
I
I
just
like the fact that he was very versatile as a fighter as well too. So for I'm again I'm going to be honest. My opinion's probably statistically insignificant. I'm one of the few people that did actually enjoy watching Andre Ward fight, but I'm in the minority, and
no,
I'm
what
gonna
numbers
about the
don't
tech?
lie.
No, what
Numbers
about
don't
Roy
lie.
Jones?
Andre
Hold on.
Wood's viewership is bad. His pay-per-views were bad. His viewership was bad.
yeah, he was.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
No, you're
he's
right.
a bad fighter. He's a great fighter, right?
I gotta agree with you. I'm not.
He's not a star.
We deal in facts on this channel. We take the emotion out of it. I'm
Viv, what about Roy though? Look, that's a good comment. Roy was a super middle. Couldn't they get Roy Jones as the
Roy would have
comment?
killed Roy's prime. I do think he would beat Ward.
well. How
Andre
No,
many?
Ward.
no. I'm saying as the commentator though, like because I
No,
understand what.
Ward was pretty good. I mean, excuse me. Roy was pretty good too. But I just thought Andre Ward was really good because he broke down things. For me, I like the technical, like guys who can break down things down technically. Like I thought Malignaggi was good. I like Ward. Even Antonio Tarver, he
I
could
like
break things
Tava.
down.
I
Tarver
think
was good.
Tava's
I
better than
like
him.
Tarver.
But
Well,
this is what I'm trying to
but
say for this
Roy
fight
didn't
though.
like Roy would just say things kind of matter of factly.
Also, Roy would mumble sometimes, and he would speak too fast. Like for us, we're not used to hearing a Florida accent, right? So
Well,
for us,
Ward
international,
would. I mean, not Ward, but Roy. Like Ward would break things down from a technical aspect, and he would explain things, and he would just break things down thoroughly. Roy would just say things and just make general statements and not really back them up with substance in a lot of cases. And then sometimes when Larry or Jim would say something back to them, his response would be, "Well, you weren't a fighter, so you don't know." And again,
Yeah,
and some people aren't chefs, but when they go into a restaurant and get a bad meal, they can say, "I don't like how the food tastes." You know what I mean? That whole argument, you weren't a fighter,
yeah.
doesn't.
I get that, but I think Roy, towards the later end of HBO, when sadly Emmanuel Stewart passed away, I don't think he was that bad alongside Jim Lampley and
No, he
him.
wasn't. Again, he wasn't bad.
Yeah,
I don't. I think he was good, but I preferred Ward
the,
over
be-
him.
the best fighter who was a commentator to me was George Foreman because he was very honest. He didn't have any favoritism, right? He spoke very clearly. For us international viewers, that's very important to us
Yeah.
because we're not used to.
But again, he wasn't a technical guy either. He was more of a, you know,
yeah, but
this.
don't you think the technical guy should be like someone like Al Bernstein, Max Kellerman, that guy who's meant to be in that role, the third
Max
guy?
Kellerman was good.
I
Max
Yeah,
mean,
Kellerman was
you
good.
can make that argument. I guess the point you and Penny are trying to make is you want more of that fighter's perspective when you have a fighter on there, and the technical guy can be someone else. In other words.
I don't mind Ward. I was just talking about this specific fight. I think they should have got either Antonio
No,
Tava or
I'm
I
going to
like
be
Tava.
honest.
I like
I'm not going to lie to you. When I saw Ward as part of the team, I was happy for him because I do like Ward. But I also said I could see where this could go south.
yeah, yeah.
I could see it.
Especially the
He's
commentators
friends with
Because
Crawford.
he's openly been critical of Canelo,
and he's
right?
pro Crawford, didn't he? Pro Crawford is.
He's actually friends with Crawford.
Yeah,
So
which is not good.
I
But did you
understand. I understand the criticism. It's
but did
valid.
you
It's
did you see
valid.
the video? Did you see the video of Ward posted? He even said, "I would have preferred to have watched this fight at home, but I gotta put the
Yeah,
suit on." So
sure.
even he, I think knows
Sure,
deep down.
that probably wasn't a good thing to say, seeing as how you're going to work the event.
So
Hamed, just from my point of view,
Yeah.
whenever I hear Andre Ward, I don't like hearing him. I actually prefer Tarver.
No, I
I
agree. I
You're
think
not. You're
Tava.
not a big. So let me ask you this: if Andre Ward decided, where do you live right now? In New Zealand?
yes,
If he was coming to New Zealand and he was coming to your office just to make like a visit, I'm going to do like an event here at your office. Would you take a picture with him?
of course I would. He's a boxer.
All right, just want to get that off my
Of
chest
course
because
I would.
seems like you
A lot
don't.
of people don't like
See
him.
that, that the reason
Seems like
why
you
I
don't like
don't.
him.
Of course I don't, because he's not to me, he left a lot on the table. He retired too early.
Well, let me ask you
People,
this: you said you would take a picture with him. Would
Mhm.
you smile on that picture, or would you just make a
Of course I
serious face?
would. Of course I would. He's a boxer. I love boxers. Like, however, I'm still have to be
All
honest
right.
though. Like, I
Okay.
have to be honest. Like, I can't sugarcoat it.
So if you
He,
asked him where would you rank me as a fighter, what would you say to him?
to his face,
Yeah.
I'll probably
Um,
top three. But in my head, probably top five. I'm not gonna, like,
Okay.
because I don't wanna.
It's
I don't
nothing
wanna.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
All
Look,
right.
I think with his style, it is a preference. So I was a big Ward fan, but after the, I think Chad Dosa fight, to me, he was just too inactive, and I think kept taking his promoter to
Yeah, yeah,
court. So he lost me
yeah, yeah.
a bit as a fan.
He had his promotional issues, and I kind of respect him for standing on his square because
But he lost it like 3 times in court,
He
and
lost.
yeah,
He
he
lost to
lost. He
Kovalev in the
lost.
first fight.
He lost.
Dwyer was his thing, innit? Richard Dwyer was his
He was his
attorney.
lawyer. He was
Yeah,
his
Oh, I
lawyer.
love
I
Richard
was
Dwyer.
surprised when I found that
I
out.
love
Like,
Richard Dwyer. I
That
do
I
guy
was
think
was
that.
surprised. I was surprised.
that guy was hilarious. Dwyer. He was good.
He's still around. I haven't. I don't really
I don't. Does
listen.
he still do videos?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I
of
don't
course he
really
does.
listen to it that much. But I
The
liked
I do
opinion,
his
like
the opinion you should follow should be your own.
his analysis for the first AJ Usyk fight was pretty good, though. I
Hey,
agreed with
you
him.
should
Like,
see his take on what's his name? Who's that black guy that killed his? He was a famous football player. What was his name again? Juice. What was his name? Beeps.
O.J. Simpson. O.J.
O.J.
Simpson.
Simpson. Yeah, he did a video on O.J. Simpson. He broke it down. I was thinking, holy shit, holy moly, this guy, because he's a lawyer. Richard
yeah,
Dwyer is a lawyer, and I was thinking, he broke it down in a layman's terms, like how we can understand it. You know what I mean? I was thinking, what? Maybe he's not guilty, like because he was he's on
I
the.
tell everyone all the time. I have reasonable doubt. If I had beyond reasonable doubt, I had reasonable doubt. I would have. If I was a juror, I would have said he was in it. I would have voted. I would have said not guilty too.
yeah.
But why did he run away though, Beeps? Why did he go into that Bronco? Like, if he was innocent, why did he do that?
Because I think he felt that he was going to be perceived guilty, and I think he was driving around. I think his head was it was all screwed up, and he was in a bad place.
Yeah, he does videos, I think, on other subjects as well. But just
Yeah.
going back to the fight, look, I think maybe they should have got Roy or Tava, but I hope the judges are fair because I've got a bit of
Well,
bad.
Tarver's part of the team, but he's
Yeah,
not doing commentary.
that's what I
Yeah.
was gonna say. I would have preferred Ward being in the studio or just
Yeah.
whatever covering
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
fight,
yeah.
but not the main
Well,
commentator.
we'll
But
see. We'll see if he can be unbiased.
yeah,
I'm
but
sure.
also the
I'm sure
judges.
he'll go out of his way to be objective, though.
Yeah, true.
But the judges as well. I don't know about Tim Cheatham and who's the other one. Steve Weisfeld? I don't mind. I think he's probably one of the better judges.
Well,
But
he's thought to be the best judge in boxing right now.
I don't always agree with his cards. But majority of his cards, I think, are better than the other judges. Like Tim Cheatham, and I think I forgot who the other one was. I'll have a quick check. But like. I don't know if this will impact the fight. I hope it
I'm not
doesn't.
a big fan of
But
Tim Cheatham.
that's
I
the
think Tim
only
Cheatham's not.
problem. Like
I think Tim Cheatham.
Max DeLuca. I don't think
Yeah.
he's that bad. He's not that bad, is he? Max
By the
DeLuca.
way, guys, sometimes when we criticize boxing judges, you know how hard it is to judge a boxing match? How many boxers out there who complain about their scorecards or someone else's scorecards, but none of them want to be judges? None of them, not
They should
one.
no. They should never be judges. There's a
But
very
what I'm
good
saying is,
Ukrainian. There's a
it's a
very good
hard
Ukrainian.
job, though.
I think fighters when they score fights are some of the worst scorers ever.
Yeah, but what I'm
You're
saying
right because They have
Being
that
a
bias.
judge
So
is super hard, and they're all in different corners. So one judge might see a thrown punch, the other one can't see it. So sometimes, that's why for me, whenever there's a scorecard, like I'm not gonna complain, like, like, because it's
but it
hard.
depends. It depends how bad or how wide the scorecard is, because you got to factor in a lot of these judges are also experienced, and they they been doing this for a long time, so they should at least know what they're looking at. Like when they're giving out like outrageous scorecards, like that Mayweather Canelo scorecard or that Canelo
Was at
Golovkin.
that fight. I was at that fight, Hamid.
Which one? Which one? Mayweather Canelo?
Live.
Oh,
Yeah, I
man.
was up there, and at the
How
end, in the
how
end.
how was that? Because I thought the undercard
Oh,
fight between Danny
you know,
Garcia and
Ahmed, the first thing I noticed, right, because that was at Mayweather's prime. What I noticed, there was hardly any Mayweather fans there. Majority of the fans inside and outside the stadium, they're all Mexican.
yeah,
I
I
hardly,
remember watching on TV. How many do you think Mayweather fans were there though?
not
Most of
many,
them were celebrities, isn't it? Most of
not
the
many.
celebrities. Yeah.
Even
How
at the
how?
weigh-in, it was for free, right?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Canelo's fans jump packed that in.
But however, Mayweather gave him a boxing lesson. I was thinking to myself in the eighth round, around the eighth round, I was thinking, oh man, maybe Mayweather's gonna knock him out because Canelo wasn't throwing any punches.
Yeah, it looked like Canelo was gonna quit, didn't he? Because he had that look on his face. That's one
Hmm.
thing. Look, going back to the fight, I think could Crawford knock him out? I don't think he's gonna drop him and stuff like that. If he does, I'll give him all the credit, and I'll be surprised. But can he? If he could hurt him or get his attention at this stage of Canelo's career, he could probably make him. I don't know, quit maybe, or maybe like stop him on his feet. Maybe it's possible. It depends how much Canelo has declined. But the big factor to me is the weight. Like, I don't think Crawford should come in that heavy because I think the
Yeah.
heavier he is, he could be lethargic and he could be
Yep.
slower. Like,
I
I would
agree.
say 160 to 164 5 maximum. You don't need to come in the limit because I
Yeah.
just seen the other day Roy Jones wasn't even. Roy Jones came in under the cruiserweight limit, unless the cruiserweight limit then was 190 because he was 193. Actually, I think that's why he came in 193 because back
Yeah.
then I think the cruiserweight limit wasn't 200.
Crawford may come in at like 162 pounds. We
Oh,
don't
that's
know.
not good,
I think
man.
I think that's the right thing to do. Don't come in too heavy because
Yeah,
the
not too
Madrimov
heavy.
fight that was I think more of his natural weight. I think maybe he could push it one more weight class, but if you're putting on an extra 13, 14 pounds, I think that could make your movement slower as well. Like.
Sure.
I don't think it's a smart thing to do. But you go back to Canelo. Look, you guys were saying that Canelo. I don't know who was saying it. Canelo stop throwing combination. That's the big worry. I reckon if I'm a Canelo fan, like
Yeah,
even on
he's
even
just
on the mitts, have you seen
combinations.
how he's loading up on each shot?
I'll
I
be
don't think
honest.
that's the.
I don't like to put too much stock into the mitts and stuff and watching people doing training
Yeah, nah.
footage because you
But he
say
was
let
doing that
me
against William
finish.
Skull as well, though. Isn't
Let
he?
me finish. So
Sorry, go on.
when you see that, sometimes you say, well, what he does on the pads, he's not going to do in the ring. But I have to say this: what the way you saw him throw punches on the pads is what you've been seeing in the ring. You know what
That's
I mean?
what.
So
Yeah, yeah,
I think I agree with you.
I don't.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I don't think Bud Crawford can hurt Canelo because
Does
Canelo's got
he
an
have to?
iron
yeah.
chin. No, he doesn't have to.
But
But,
you
but
were at the Mayweather fight.
if Canelo doesn't respect his power, right?
Did Mayweather
Canelo,
hurt him? Did Mayweather hurt him?
of course he did. Yeah, you heard him. Yeah,
Did
because
he hurt him?
Who do you think
because
hits harder then?
Canelo was weight drained. It was at 152. He had nothing left.
I think I think that's a bit like being a bit unfair because I think Mayweather did have a pop on his power, enough power to keep him at bay.
Yeah,
That's what
Who punches harder?
who punches harder. I think yeah,
Crawford,
that's what I'm
Crawford or
asking.
Mayweather? Crawford or Mayweather?
Come on, come on.
Uh, I reckon Crawford does.
That's what we're saying. Does he really have to knock him out to hurt him like that?
No, no.
He doesn't really need.
You don't think he could buzz him? Like, let me ask you this: when you say hurt him, do you mean Canelo's just going to walk through everything Crawford throws at him?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that Triple G couldn't even hurt Canelo. If Triple G probably gave him the best of his punches, Canelo took him. Triple G is a natural a middleweight fighter. Probably had one of the best power there,
But when
160
when have we ever really seen Canelo hurt
hurt
to the
a
point where
147, a 147 against Abner Mares.
Like,
Abner Carter.
no, Miguel Cotto's brother in it. But he
yeah.
does. This is what I'm trying to say. He doesn't need to hurt him to beat him because Bivol. I know Bivol's bigger. This is not the greatest example. Bivol, Lara, Mayweather, even Trout to a degree. All these guys managed to have a lot of success. Some of them, or two of them at least, beat him decisively, and they didn't really hurt him. I know. I know people are going to talk about with the Mayweather fight, the weight, or he was rehydrated, or 23, and with Bivol, he was a light heavyweight. The truth is somewhere in the middle. You can make this guy look bad and outbox him because of his limitations or his
Hamed,
footwork. And
the main difference is those guys were in the same weight. When he fought Lara, Canelo was at 154. Lara was also at 154.
yeah, yeah,
Here, Canelo is at 168, mate. Like,
that's
uh,
the
uh,
intrigue. Yeah, that's the
Listen,
intrigue.
I'm not going to make light of the size difference because a lot of people are just saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter," blah blah. And history has shown us
it
that
matters.
it doesn't always matter, but sometimes it does. So I think it's still something to think about. It's still something to be concerned about. If you've
No,
kind
no,
of
there's not just the size. There's inactivity of 11 months. But I agree with. I think it may have been Penny or someone. I think it was Gonzalo. Was it? If Crawford has taken this whole year out to just acclimate, or not even acclimate's the right word, but just put on, the muscle and try and get his body in the right frame for super middleweight, maybe that's not a bad option because with Canelo, although he's been active, he's to me look like he's regressing and declining, and William Skull, look, is not in the same league as Israel Madrimov, and I thought Canelo didn't look that good. I know you could argue about which fight was more one-sided, but William Skull to me made Canelo look quite bad in that, or very bad at
I don't
times.
think Canelo was interested in that fight though. Like, he looked
Yeah,
like
but
he
he
did.
was just swinging wildly, and to me, like I'm just looking at Canelo, like to me he looks like he struggles against guys with
But
quick feet, like.
Hamed, he'll be up for this fight. Like, Canelo would be, he would be training like the way Mayweather trained for Pacquiao, where he
Yeah, yeah,
didn't take he didn't no interviews. He's just focused because he knows Canelo knows that for this fight it's a lose situation for him. So he has to win, right? So he has
yeah.
to do everything in his power to win this fight. Now, if it comes to a decision in Las Vegas, I'm gonna put my money on Canelo because in Las Vegas they love fighters who are aggressive. Now, Bud Crawford is also aggressive. However, Canelo has gotten a lot of how can I say this? A favorable scorecards in
Crawford, you're
Las
saying
Vegas. So
he hasn't been the decision. The Mandarin fight was in LA. I think you're talking about the Sean Porter fight, but I thought he was ahead against Porter. Like I know some of those scorecards, some people were like disagreeing with. This is what I was gonna say. If the size difference is big, it won't surprise me if Canelo wins this fight or wins it in one-sided fashion because of the size difference. Bud is older. Bud is also inactive for 13 months, and we don't know if he could carry the weight and take a shot as well from never mind the super middleweight,
yep,
even a middleweight. So
yep.
there are a lot of factors on paper. You'd have to favor Canelo. I just look at it, even with Charlo, look, that I thought Canelo was more or less closer to his prime. But even in that fight, he had at times cutting off the ring or, after the knockdown, trying to close the gap. I think Charlo was just so out of his depth and so like afraid to engage or even willing to put it on him. But if it was that Canelo, 2-3 years ago,
Hamed,
yeah, I would have.
Hamed, in a sport of boxing, when your opponent keeps running around, sometimes it's hard to cut off the ring. Like, you can't do anything about it. Like, because you're not going to put yourself in a situation where you're going to risk it all just to cut off the ring. For example, when you that Charlo fight, Charlo kept running around in the ring. like
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Canelo.
I don't disagree, but what I'm trying to say, that was about 2 or 3 years ago. Like Canelo since then has been in some tough fights with Jaime Munguia. He had the fight I think before with
I don't know.
Charlo, with Ryder. Munguia, I thought Munguia was
That was
putting a lot
tough.
of hands on the first 5, 6 rounds. Yeah, that was I thought a tough fight for the first half, but then Canelo adapted and dropped him, and then started dominated the fight. But I'm saying since then, he's been in like about 3 or 4 12-round fights. Like I'm just trying to
Let me
say,
see if I can sort this
a lot.
sound out. Oh my god.
You sound. I
We
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you,
I
but
can hear you.
a lot of these guys
Got
have
no
been
sound,
stopped by
guys.
lesser fighters.
We can hear you, by the
I
way, Tony.
can't hear anything from anybody, so
Jump out
I
and
might
jump
have
back
to
in.
go out and come back in.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So look, Munguia got stopped by Sirachi. Belanga got stopped by Shiraz. I know a lot of these guys are getting stopped by guys in their own weight class or bigger guys. I'm just trying to look at it from both sides, and I think Canelo is on the decline. So it won't surprise me if Crawford also, wins. Like I could see this
But
going a
Hamed,
couple.
Crawford could be on the decline too. Like his last fight, he didn't look good either.
I agree with you in a way, but I think they're both essentially past their prime. I just think Madrimov is a better fighter than a lot of the like. Who would you say the last 5, 6 opponents
But
Canelo fought?
look at how Virgil Ortiz looked against
Yeah,
Madrid.
yeah.
Like again, people they really discredit and underestimate how good of a fighter Madrimov is. He's really a good fighter.
Hey, by the way, Hamed is not a casual. Come on, man.
Who
I don't
called him?
pay
Who
I
called
don't
him?
pay
Who called him a
attention.
casual?
Doctor.
Oh, come
No, he's just joking. This,
Are you are you
Yeah,
sorted
yeah.
out?
Anyway,
Are you
thing.
sorted out, Tony? Can you hear us?
Yes, I've got you now.
All right.
Change device, so
Let
yeah.
let the great maestro teacher Tony the pugilist speak. Go ahead, Tony.
Has
Gents,
your opinion changed?
I feel honored to be in your company. It's
Wanted
been
to
a
have you.
great listen. I'm looking forward to Canelo versus Crawford. Obviously, I'm spending a huge amount of money to get out there. It's going to be huge money. My ticket is on the floor. So you
Wow.
Ten
know
G's, 10 G's. You 10 G's. You bringing an entourage down there with you?
that's. I'm not bringing an entourage. It's just me and my brother, and we're treating ourselves. So it's kind of a very special time for me right now because, unbeknownst to many, I got
Tony, have you got a
married. I
suite?
got I
Tony, have
got
you got a
married
suite at
last
the
week.
MGM? Tony, have you
Sorry.
got a suite? Have you got a suite at the MGM Grand?
No, no, no. Listen, I'm struggling financially. I just got married last week. I was
Congratulations.
in
Congratulations, Tony.
24 hours ago. I was in Miami, transiting from Peru. I spent
Jesus.
most of the last month in Peru. Came home via Miami. Got home last night. So yeah, I'm just catching up, and as I said, just listening in and taking on board, the commentary
You
and
look so
enjoying
happy
it.
right now, Tony. Like the marriage. I know it's only been probably a couple of weeks, but you look like it's changed you a little bit.
I hope so. I hope so. That's
I'm,
the
I'm
you
excited
know
for you.
the love of a good woman is supposed to be, the blessings of a good man. So that's all I can hope is, I continue with the blessings.
Excellent.
Yeah, congratulations on that. But let me ask you one: are you more looking forward to this fight than Crawford and Spence? Because I know you watched that a couple of years
I
ago. But
was, yeah. I'll be honest. I am looking forward to this more
all right,
because I did foresee a domination by Crawford against Spence without the stoppage. I didn't think he was going to stop him. I did think he would be quite dominant throughout the fight, though. This one presents more of a test for Crawford. One which I'm looking forward to just seeing how it pans out. I mean, two fighters that I for the last 10 years have enjoyed watching from afar, and now I get the opportunity to see them. Hopefully still in their ascendancy, pitting their wits against one another, and I think it will in fact be a very good fight.
yeah, this is a bigger fight. So, and that fight I thought was over marinated for about at least 3, 4 years, maybe. Like that
Yeah,
fight should have happened in 2019 at the latest, if we're being honest. Like this fight, the only problem I would have is the size and some of Canelo's last couple of fights, where Canelo's been in a couple of duds. I just hope it's not a bad fight, man, because it's such a big fight and a fight I've been looking forward to. But
Yeah,
I hope they can both put on a show.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, when you spend a lot of money, I've been stung many a time in boxing. Most famously, I spent absolute fortune for Mike Tyson versus
Lewis,
Evander
all
Holyfield
right.
too, thinking this is going to be an all-time classic, and wow, did I get that wrong? Um, you know,
Mayweather Pacquiao. A lot of people spent a lot of money
yeah,
for that
yeah.
fight as
So
well.
you can sometimes expect you know great things in a fight, and it can be totally disappointing. So I just hope for a good fight where there's no shenanigans. That the referee doesn't spoil the fight, and we get a good fight that lives up to the billing.
Yeah, well, the good thing about this is no immediate rematch clause as well, which I
Mm,
like. So I hope both guys could just put everything on the line, and it's a
yeah.
good fight. That's all we want: a good fight, good clean fight, and may the best man win. If there's not a draw, because both of these guys are top pound for pound fighters. I think if Crawford wins something, which I don't think has been done for a long time, it is a big ask. But I think if anyone could do
You
it,
know what? It's
I think
funny
Crawford
that we're
can.
saying it's a big ask, but did we have the same feeling when Sugar Ray Leonard was taking on Marvin Hagler?
I wasn't alive back then, so I can't answer
So
that.
with me, I loved both fighters, but I was always a diehard Sugar Ray Leonard fan. He was always my favorite fighter growing up.
Did you fear for him against Hagler,
I
bearing in
I
mind the size?
I actually did, and I'll tell you why. Not and it wasn't really the size that scared me. It was the layoff.
Yeah,
That's what concerned me. Coming back from 3 years,
yeah,
I was saying to myself, and I hate saying this about fighters, but is he just coming back? Does
mm,
he for the money? Because
He
it's
yeah.
such.
also
Indeed,
got dropped
indeed.
by
Before the Hagler fight, he didn't look very good either.
Yeah,
against Kevin
he,
Howard, didn't he? He got
yeah,
dropped and
he got
he did
dropped in the Kevin
retired for
Howard fight. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. I was worried for Sugar Ray Leonard. I was.
Yeah,
And
same.
that's what makes this fight interesting for me is that I look at the similarity of the weights and the careers, and I think to myself, there's a guy who's really you know shown himself to be a superb exponent of the sport technique, and he's coming across what is a huge guy. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Um, Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler was still one of the greatest fights, and bearing in mind that at the time, Hagler's previous fight against John Mugabe, he looked so destructive. He absolutely
Well,
manhandled
that was
the
another thing that
beast.
was scaring me after seeing that Mugabe fight. Leonard saw something in that Mugabe fight that
Yeah.
set off a light bulb in his head. Meaning, like there was there was a moment in that fight where Hagler turned his back from Mugabe, and that was right there. And I said to myself, I can beat this guy. So you know, I
Mm.
think Crawford sees something too. Now, one big component that we've talked about this fight is the size, and you've been consistent all along that you've been pretty dismissive about the size, meaning it's not going to be as big a factor as people think. Talk about that a little bit.
I think the reason that I say that is because you look at the way Crawford is physically in a ring. He just generally doesn't get manhandled, and he's got a good use of his body weight um, to deal with size if issues. I mean, there are issues I can see dangerously from the Majumov fight, but I think technically he's very good as an inside worker. I think he deals with inside work very very handily. So I don't think it's going to be as clear cut an issue as some might say.
Who are you picking to win this fight, Tony?
I'm going with Crawford.
Me too.
Oof.
Me too. We have
You
two
know, I
cross.
don't
We
think
have
I don't think there's much in it. I definitely see how Canelo wins, but I like Crawford to that point, and probably much like you like Sugar Ray Leonard at the time against Hagler, and you were in the minority because most people thought Hagler was going to roll through Sugar Ray.
Tony,
How?
you know what bothers me on Canelo? By the way, just officially, I'm going for Canelo. But what bothers me with Canelo is after the plant fight, so he fought like maybe 5 times after the plant fight. Canelo looked terrible. Like he didn't like all of those fights after the plant fight. He looked terrible. Even the Charlo fight.
Mm.
That worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a
So
lot
it's
of
these
people.
little things that you kind of you look at and you go, could
He's
that
slowing
be,
down.
chinks in the armor where somebody of the
Yep.
skill of a Crawford could take advantage? In the same way that, obviously Sugar Ray looked at Hagler despite his destruction of Mugabe and thought, I can see a chink in the armor.
Yeah,
Yeah, but let me ask another question because I think this is something I've been thinking about. If Canelo can't knock him out, do you guys think he could beat him? Because Crawford is, I think, the superior boxer, and the way Canelo looked against William Skull, I was thinking if that's a better technician and he can't knock him out, can he still win the fight?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm being honest, the Canelo of old could still win the fight, but that is the Canelo of old. And whether we see the Canelo of old again, I wouldn't put it past him to be able to rediscover that, you know, that ability. So to me, it's a very interesting conundrum, which we just have to wait and see. But I salivate at the idea of seeing the best of Canelo versus the best of Crawford.
Yeah. What if Crawford wins? Who do you think should? You could all answer. Who do you think should get more credit, Mayweather or Crawford? Especially if it's a one-sided fight.
Now it
I
would
mean,
be it
I'd
would,
have to say Crawford would get,
yeah.
for me,
Yeah, I
more
agree with you.
kudos of,
Yeah.
of beating Canelo at 160 than
Yeah. And not
um,
only that, Tony, Canelo is the undisputed champion at 168.
He's
yeah, three
undefeated. He's
time three
undefeated.
time undisputed, right? So
Undefeated at super middleweight. He's never lost this weight as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
so there's no doubt that Crawford's achievement, it should he be victorious, would be absolutely the the pinnacle and would put him up there as one of the all-time greats.
I reckon
Yeah.
Tony, if he beats Canelo,
Yeah,
does Bud Crawford's resume better than Mayweather or not?
yes,
You could argue, I think, because of the accomplishment of three-time undisputed, and
yeah,
Yeah.
Canelo is one of Mayweather's biggest wins.
and
And if
that's the
he,
problem for that, to me, that excuse me, that Mayweather had. He never did that undisputed. He didn't have any care about it, whereas Crawford has ensured that he's cleaned up everywhere that he's been.
I think, if Crawford wins, going up two weight classes to 168, not having a fight, I think that's a better achievement than anything Mayweather's done. I know people will say that he also beat Canelo, but when Canelo was undefeated, but it
Yeah,
was 152, and Canelo
absolutely.
was not the same fighter. Like now, he's a top 10 per pound, a legitimate fighter, an undisputed super middleweight
Hamed,
champion.
I was at the weigh-in.
Yeah.
Canelo looked really, really dry at
That's
152.
what that's what Ward said as well. I think I just didn't understand why they had to fight at a catchweight when Mayweather was for
I know.
years saying Pacquiao was a catchweight king. Like, so I think if Crawford wins, I think this is like a monumental victory. I just wonder what he will probably retire. I just wonder what would happen if Crawford wins.
Oh
Does
yeah,
Can
no, no. Bud Crawford will definitely retire because he doesn't want to end up like Roy Jones, like
yeah.
where he keeps on going and he gets knocked out by some no, by
Yeah.
somebody, like an Antonio Tarver or nobody like Alan Johnson, for example.
Yeah.
That what that's what Andre Ward actually tried to do, but I've heard from other people that it's kind of like backfired on him because he thought Andre Ward thought at that time when he retired that he put enough on the table where people will start talking about he's one of the greatest fighters ever, but that's not the case. He left a lot on the table because I remember some people, including me, I wanted him to fight Canelo
Mm.
at 168 pounds. Uh, and I wanted a trilogy against Kovalev because he lost that first fight. He won the second fight, I agree, with a lot
Yeah.
of low blows. Uh, anyway, I've been too highly critical of Andre Ward today, so I'm going to stop.
No, no,
You've
no.
been you've
You
been
have a you
you've
have a
been
point.
you've been destroying Andre Ward, man.
You have been.
No, you
Yeah.
have a point.
You,
Hey, Andre Ward, if I meet you, hey,
since I
dude,
joined
if I
in, I've
meet you,
just
I want
listened
to
to
take your
you
photo,
completely
man. Seriously.
destroy Andre Ward's pedigree.
Now he has a point because Ward could have fought Adonis Stevenson, maybe could have fought Baturbiev. He was calling out Tony Bellew, but then he wasn't willing to fight Usyk when Usyk beat Bellew. So I understand that. I think Crawford is a better fighter, though. If I'm being honest,
Hamed, if he fights AJ's going to kill him at heavyweight.
yeah, I have no interest in that. I think
Are
AJ
you
got no.
black confident, little Penny?
Because
Are you sure?
Andre Ward's not that big.
Yeah,
He's big, but he's not
Ward
that
hasn't
big.
fought for 8 years or something.
Yes, that too.
He's never fought a cruiserweight or heavy. Now that's the fight where I think size will matter, and I think people are going over the top with this. AJ got knocked out by Dubois, who I think is one of the top heavyweights, even though Usyk beat him, and he's a big puncher. But regarding that, the only thing I would say is, look, when Roy Jones moved up, he he put on a lot of weight, but he also, I think, was working on speed. I think Crawford shouldn't come in too heavy. What do you guys think? Like, he can't come in too heavy.
No, I don't think that fight will happen. Also, just the example with Roy Jones, that Ruiz fighter that he fought, he was like the weakest of the heavyweights at that time. He wasn't any good. No one took him seriously.
Babe, got some background noise. I don't know what's.
Is it Beeves?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't quite like James Toney taking out Evander Holyfield, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm trying to say, the weight Roy put on, like, that was a lot. But it worked because I think he was fighting a guy like John who's limited, and Roy was just working on the speed. Like, do you think Canelo was got fast hands? Like, because I can't remember who was saying it. One of the boxers. Oh, you can. When he fought him in 2016, he said he was slow on his feet, but he had very fast hands. So I think if Crawford comes in too heavy, that I think could, hurt him or maybe
That's
even
It could
work.
correct.
go down.
He doesn't have to come in that heavy as well. I think
No.
come in mid or low 160s and just use your tools. I think you got the tools to
You know, Ahmed, a perfect example when Pacquiao was at 130, dude, he used to throw like 8 punch combinations, no stop. Once he got up to 147, he can only
yeah,
throw
yeah,
maybe 3 or 4. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And he
No,
couldn't do it because his hands were too heavy now.
yeah, Pacquiao was a natural 140. I think it's similar to Canelo. To me, what Pacquiao did was similar to Canelo, but I think Pacquiao beat better fighters. Like when he moved up to 147, then the guys Canelo beat were some very good fighters. But at the same time, I think the super middleweight division, excluding Canelo and David Benavidez, wasn't that strong. I just wonder. I just wonder with this fight, like with Crawford, I think he will get the credit, obviously, if he wins. How much credit do you think Canelo will get? Like, how
No,
much
he'll get
credit?
no credit. He'll get no credit.
Yeah, he's gonna get.
He will get credit from me. I mean, I think there are people who would look at this and go, look, if you turn back the hands of time and you showed us that, you could bring the best out of yourself against a credible foe and, orchestrate and carry out a game plan, then yeah, this could be his last hurrah. This could be the icing on the cake in his career where you go, actually, you know what? His hardest test, he was able to, show that he was able to, come through adversity. So this could be his finest hour. Let's see.
Tony, it's like I'll give you an example. It's like I remember when Tank Davis fought
Leo
what's
Santa Cruz in there, you're talking about.
yeah, Leo Santa Cruz, and he knocked him out cold. Dude, I was thinking, yeah, but dude, that Leo Santa Cruz is a 122 pounder. Like,
Leo Santa Cruz was a featherweight at best. I think he had one fight
yeah, at best.
super featherweight, yeah.
And you know what? Tank Davis hasn't gotten the credit for that. Like, no one talks about that fight. Like,
Leo Santa Cruz hasn't done anything since that fight. I think he had one fight, so I don't completely blame people for that. But regarding this fight, I think if Canelo wins, I would give him obviously credit. I wouldn't give him as much credit if Crawford wins, but
Yeah,
it depends how he wins. If he wins and is I don't know, a controversial decision or a contentious decision or a robbery, that I don't know how
Yeah,
much credit I could give the guy.
yeah. I just want to answer a question that's put in a chat for Deluxe Recordings. Which is worse at the moment, boxing or hip hop? I think hip hop is way in a worse place than boxing. I mean, boxing I can still find gems, and you know there are still some great boxers in the mix. You know, you look at Usyk and he's a great champion. You look at Inoue and he's a great champion. But hip hop is in the mud right now.
Tony, do you really think that? Because I seen someone post that, but
although
would
Tony, I grew up in the '90s, so I wasn't into hip rapping that much, but I was into hip hop. Like when went to nightclubbing when I was in the '90s, we used to the DJ would put in like Boys to Men and like Blackstreet and Soul for Real, like all these like really like it was like to me the '90s was probably
The
the
golden era, you'd like to
yeah, the
call it.
golden era. Yeah, however, to their defense, Tony, today's hip hop, it might not be as good lyrics wise, but a lot of people do use them in TikTok, like especially women.
Oh
You know
my
what I
God, I
mean?
think you and I are in a different generation, little Penny, because I
Okay,
don't know anything about TikTok. I don't have any clue as to the level of usage of hip hop music in the TikTok culture. I have no interest in it whatsoever. I just think it's generational between people born of a certain era and the way that we look at society today. And that includes boxing because people of my era consistently say today's boxing is just not even close.
I agree.
When
I
did
agree.
we ever argue who was the best promoter, who was the best broadcaster, who had more social media? Like we never argued about the ridiculous things that fans argue about today.
but is this more of a problem in the American boxing culture? Because I think I look at hip hop, they
Guilty,
still,
guilty is charged.
yeah,
We have the worst boxing fans right now, currently in the history of the world.
yeah. But even the sport in general, I don't think in America is in a good place because I know people are,
Horrible place.
yeah. Because even though hip hop has got its issues, they still had the whole thing with Drake and Kendrick Lamar. The whole that kind of went viral. But this thing with boxing, apart from this Crawford Canelo fight, there's not really much I think going on in America.
I
I
think you're
agree.
right, Hamid, to a degree, but there's the thing with boxing is you can always know that around the corner there is gonna be a turnaround. So I always think,
Yeah, but I'm
I
saying
hear that
comparing
Anthony
comparing.
Joshua apparently brought British boxing out of the doldrums. Well, for a long time, I was watching a lot of good fighters trying to get to the pinnacle and just failing just at that small point underneath it. And I think there's always this case of, look, the cream will rise to the top and eventually, you will see the best of the best facing one another. And, it's just you just have to sometimes bide your time. There's we've had a lot of criticism of the sport, especially people who compare it to UFC and say, "Oh, but look at UFC model and rare, rare, rare," and it's just I don't concern myself with those kind of arguments because
Yeah,
at the end
But
of the day,
Tony,
I know what is.
Tony, but we do have to hold these boxers accountable, though, because I'm tired of not seeing AJ versus Wilder, AJ
Yeah,
versus Fury. Those are on your end of the pond, right?
yeah, for
So
sure, for
they
sure.
should have a trilogy by now. Those two, because they're both British fighters,
Uh,
right?
I agree. Yeah, I
there's
agree.
no Penny, there's no appetite for that fight any longer in the UK.
Oh,
The
really? Oh,
UK public have absolutely gone completely bored, dead of seeing Tyson Fury, and we're no longer interested in seeing the mouth almighty trying to big himself up like I'm the only fighter to have beaten Usyk. They just didn't give me the decision No, we're done with that. Let's
Yeah, but
not talk about
I don't think he could have made that fight after the Usyk rematch quickly, and tried getting it out the way. Now he's just showing no interest, saying one thing,
it.
doing
Yeah.
another. Here's my problem though. I think comparing hip hop, which is relatively more like American culture, music, rap, like to globally boxing, I don't think is a fair comparison. But I think you can compare the American boxing scene, like just compare the American heavyweight division and the rest of the that's I think let's just start with that. I don't know how they recover from that. You got
All you
only I
gotta
think
do, all you gotta do is just look who the champions are in a lot of these weight classes:
yeah, yeah.
heavyweight, cruiserweight, light heavyweight.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean
I
the,
don't think I don't think
the
we need to rely on heavyweights though. If you look at the top 10 pay-per-view buys ever, majority of them are in the welterweight division.
A lot of them are heavyweight fighters as well though. I think Mike Tyson got a lot of people who high people who buys. I think Canelo's fights those are super middleweight. So I think it was started with Mayweather. The thing is, this fight, I think we need it to be successful in 3 weeks because it's gonna be, a big global event. It's in a big stadium. It's on Netflix. Can he do what AJ Klitschko did? That's the question.
Ooh, I
I
love
think
that.
I don't know if it can because that fight like
yeah.
exceeded
Well,
expectation.
I'm gonna. We're going on 4 hours here, and
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah.
have to. So I'm gonna pose before we head out of here. I'm gonna pose one last question to everybody. Will Canelo Crawford do better numbers in terms of viewership than Jake Paul versus Tank Davis? Little Penny, we're gonna start with you first.
Oh, Jake Paul, Tank Davis. I hope not. I hope not. I hope that the Crawford Canelo do better numbers. I hope. That's my.
Hamid, what's your prediction?
Are we talking about globally or just in America? Because
Globally.
globally. I think in America, Canelo Crawford will do better numbers. I don't think he'll do better numbers than Mike Tyson, Jake Paul. Globally, I think Jake Paul's fight may do more because Jake Paul, I think, globally in Europe and UK, whatever, is a bigger name than Canelo. So globally, you'd have to go with Jake Paul and
No,
Gervonta
no, he's talking
Davis.
about Tank Davis and Jake Paul. He means.
Yeah, yeah. I think globally that fight, Jake Paul is globally a bigger name than Canelo. But in America, I think Canelo and North America, I think that Canelo Crawford fight will break through and probably do better numbers in America.
Tony, what's your prediction?
I kind of think I'm sitting on a fence where
Yeah,
I think it could be. I could think it could go either way
yeah.
because there's no doubt in the global pull of Jake Paul and the fact that he's up against somebody who a lot of people will go, I'm very interested to see that.
So I was kind of saying before it was going to be Canelo Crawford, but what's making me have second thoughts is the fact that there's such a curiosity factor in anything Jake Paul does. People just
Yeah,
whatever he touches, people want to be a part of it. They want to see it. So I'm on the fence too. You put a gun to my head. I think I'm gonna say Canelo Crawford, but I could definitely be wrong here.
Yeah, but
Because
Beeb,
the one thing I will say is because people saw Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, and it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. So again, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So that there could be some backlash because of what people saw against Mike Tyson. I don't want to factor that out. But go
but
ahead.
also Gervonta Davis is no Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson had the mystique. Like that was his first professional fight. So I think if people are just basing on that fight, the only thing is how big is Crawford? Because with Canelo combined, can this fight actually
Yeah.
exceed expectation? Because I think Canelo on his own is a bigger name than both Gervonta Davis and Jake Paul. Is he bigger combined? I don't know. That's hard to answer because
Yeah.
we've got to wait and see.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
But
have to
good
go,
question
guys,
though.
because my
Yeah.
soccer
Okay,
team
Tony.
are about to
I'm gonna
kick off.
I'm gonna get going too. Yeah. So we'll leave it at that. I want to thank everyone for coming on, and we'll see you next time.
Four
Pleasure was
Peace.
hours.
mine.